afternoon to you and welcome to the St. Lucia House of Assembly. Welcome to you wherever you may be in the diaspora also. We're into the second day of the Appropriations Bill presented by the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice and National Security. This known as the Budget Address. The estimates of expenditure was presented about a week or 2 weeks ago for the financial year 2023-24 in the sum of $1,856,719,000. We, like I said, we into the second day. This morning we heard from the Minister for Infrastructure. That is the Honorable Stephenson King. He's the member for Castries North, and Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot. She is the Labour Minister and the member for Babono. Yesterday we heard yesterday morning when we started off this debate, we heard from the member for Castries Southeast, Joachim Henry, followed by the member for Dennery South, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Alfred Prosper. We also heard from the Deputy Speaker and the member for Micoud North, Jeremiah Norbert, and the Minister for Health, Moses Jean-Baptiste, who is the member for Vieux-Fort North. In the afternoon, that's yesterday afternoon, we started off with the Minister for Youth and Sports, Kenson Casimé. Then we heard from the Minister for Commerce, Emma Hippolyte, who is the member for Soufrière Foncé Jacques, Opposition Leader Bradley Felix, who is the rep for Choiseul Saltibus. And last evening, we heard from the Minister for Health, who is the member for Vieux-Fort, yes, that's right, member for Vieux-Fort North, and the Honorable Sean Edwards, who is the member for Dennery North. This, the estimates, or the Appropriations Bill, when the Prime Minister presents his policy for the year 2023-2024, and this starts with the throne speech, which usually starts the opening of the Parliament. The Prime Minister, looking back at what has been achieved over the last year under National Security and Home Affairs, the World Customs Organization, WCO, initiated the Project POAT. I will have to be going over to the Parliament, to the inner chamber right now, as the Speaker has arrived for the afternoon session of the second day of the Appropriations Bill debate.
Good afternoon, members. When we rose, the question before this House is that the Appropriation 2023-2024 bill be read a second time. The member for Ancillary Canaries.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my contribution on the Appropriation Bill 2023-2024, I would like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the architect of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I am referring to the Member of Parliament for Castries East, our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he is committed to the cause of advancing the interests and well-being of every St. Lucian. Relentless in his pursuit of excellence, brave in the face of adversity, and honest in every thought, word, and deed. With a heart of gold, Mr. Speaker, and a quiet disposition, cognizant that the opportunity to lead St. Lucia was a mammoth task, and that it would be an uphill battle to steer our country back onto a path of prosperity. Yet, Mr. Speaker, while understanding the road ahead was not as easy, after examining the state of affairs, he recognized that the inherent and unprecedented depressed economy, Mr. Speaker, he recognized that he had inherited an unprecedented depressed economy grossly mismanaged by his predecessor. During last year, Mr. Speaker, he has had to tackle the economic challenges confronting our country with a calmness, a thoroughness, and professional analytic vigor which these times demand. Working with him, Mr. Speaker, as his apprentice, and I use the word apprentice because I'm learning, Mr. Speaker, to contain our inherited debt burdens, to shield our people from imported and rising inflationary prices, to ride the turbulent economic waters that destiny has called upon him to calm. He has, for me, been a lesson in the art of effective leadership. I thank you, Member of Parliament for Castries East, Prime Minister of our beloved country, for your example, for your guidance, for your counseling, and I pledge my unwavering support as we continue to put the people of St. Lucia first. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the member for Sozel, in his contribution, made some references to the youth economy, Mr. Speaker. And he made the point as to why it is that we needed to create another agency. And I thought it would only be right, Mr. Speaker, that I put it in specific context. He is correct, Mr. Speaker. There are other existing initiatives like the Boost, the Gateways to Global Careers, the Small Business Development Center, the St. Lucia Youth Business Trust, and the SLDB Youth Enterprise Equity Fund. But Mr. Speaker, what we recognize of all of those is that some sections of our society were not being reached. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. And he mentioned specifically Boost, Mr. Speaker. Of the hundreds of applications that were received and found support, 19 came from Castries, 10 from Grosley, 5 from Beaufort, 3 from Soufrière, and 2 from ancillary canneries. The point is, Mr. Speaker, the youth economy is meant to capture those who don't have what we would call the backer, or the name, or the collateral, Mr. Speaker. So the youth economy is targeting specifically those who have not been able, Mr. Speaker, to benefit from those existing training programs or existing initiatives to help with the young people of this country. Mr. Speaker, he also went on to make another point with regards to health and why it is that we thought it was necessary to include, Mr. Speaker, the 50 cents levy, 50% increase on the tobacco, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to just read a little excerpt from a report with regards to the state of our healthcare in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the specific concern is that we recognize that rising NDC burden has been responsible for increasing the morbidity and mortality and reducing productivity, eroding our human capital, and increasing healthcare costs. St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, like many other Caribbean islands, is experiencing both a demographic and epidemiological transition that are marked by an aging population and a triple burden of disease, driven mainly by the increase in the chronic non-communicable diseases. The Global Burden of Disease Study, Mr. Speaker, estimated that NCDs accounted for approximately 85% of all deaths in St. Lucia. 85%, Mr. Speaker, of all deaths in St. Lucia, with the remainder split between injuries, 8%, and communicable maternal and neonatal causes at 7%. Amongst the NCDs, Mr. Speaker, the leading causes were cardiovascular disease at 32%, cancers at 21%, and diabetes, Mr. Speaker, at 9%. All, Mr. Speaker, having a serious deleterious effect on our human capital. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that the human capital as the main cause, it is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that NCDs have a direct impact on human capital as they are the main cause for premature deaths among persons aged between 30 and 69. Mr. Speaker, it is with that backdrop that we thought it was necessary, Mr. Speaker, to increase, Mr. Speaker, the cost of tobacco. Mr. Speaker, as we are aware, St. Lucia's debt to GDP ratio rose sharply during the COVID-19 crisis, increasing by 31 percentage points or 50% from the 2019 levels. Mr. Speaker, I would have made that point before at the estimates, but since the member brought it up, I thought it would be important to remind him that the question was not so much so that there was borrowing or that there was debt. The question was that in terms of our peers in the region, St. Lucia had borrowed 2.5 times more than the average country. It's not that we had any issue with the debt or the borrowing. The question is you borrowed 2.5 times more than any of the peers in the region. So I hope that takes care of some of the concerns that the member for Sozel raised yesterday. Sorry? Let me tell you again. So, on a comparative basis, this increase was sharper than that posted by other countries in the world. On average, countries worldwide increased their debt as a share of GDP by 9 percentage points over the course of the global pandemic, or 16% from the 2019 levels. In the region, excluding St. Lucia, countries increased their debt as a share of GDP by 15 percentage points, or 21% from the 2019 levels. Less than half what was posted by St. Lucia. The World Bank figures, you could find it. It's not me making it up. Critically, Mr. Speaker, at 15% of fiscal revenues, the interest burden in St. Lucia is also in the top quintile worldwide, and it's 2.5 times the average of other countries in the region. I did not make it up, Bradley. St. Lucia is the only country in the region to have increased the proportion of its budget devoted to interest payments by 2 percentage points during the COVID-19 crisis, and partly due, Mr. Speaker, a relatively large share of the debt stock on commercial terms. Leaving aside, Mr. Speaker, a particular other country in the ECCU, which continues to operate in a position of extended arrears and default, we are not aware of any of the government of St. Lucia's peers in the region which have mounting payables or off-balance sheet commitments similar to those of the DFC that we have inherited, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have an open economy. We trade heavily with the international community. Therefore, our budget cannot be developed, Mr. Speaker, in isolation, as it must take cognizance of the international developments that are affecting us. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that the global perspective is always presented, albeit the various levels of detail. Mr. Speaker, despite broader reopening of the same large economies, global growth, Mr. Speaker, is estimated to have fallen sharply from 6.2% in 2021 to an estimated 3.4% in 2022. The global economy, Mr. Speaker, has been adversely affected by the war in Ukraine, the COVID-19 lockdowns in China, which has reduced global trade growth, and more recently, Mr. Speaker, the collapse of a prominent bank in certain areas, in certain parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, we saw widespread elevation in commodity prices in 2022 owing to the combination of supply and demand factors, resulting in unprecedented levels of inflation. We also witnessed coordinated monetary policy tightening, Mr. Speaker, to curtail rising inflation. This, Mr. Speaker, resulted in steep interest rates increases over the short period of time, resulting in the undesirable effect of eroding the balance sheet of many financial institutions, including banks. Mr. Speaker, while the increase in interest rates dampened activity, there was an easing of the supply chain bottlenecks, falling oil prices as energy markets adjusted faster than expected to the shock from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a brief look at our major global trading partners. And I'll commence with the United States, where growth, Mr. Speaker, is estimated to have slowed down from 5.9% in 2021 to 2% in 2022. High level, Mr. Speaker, of headline inflation prompted the Federal Reserve to raise its key interest rate steeply 7 times between 2022 and 2023, from a range of 0% to 0.25% at the end of 2021, to a range of 4.75 to 5% in March 2023, the highest level, Mr. Speaker, in 15 years. Mr. Speaker, inflation peaked at 9.1% in June. However, on average, the inflation was 8.1% in 2022. Mr. Speaker, jobs growth was the second strongest on record, with 4.5 million jobs added in 2022. Unemployment, Mr. Speaker, neared historic lows, dipping to 3.5% in December 2022, amid plentiful job opportunities as the demand for new hires exceeded the supply of available workers. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Canada, despite global issues and uncertainty, as a commodity exporter, Canada's economy, Mr. Speaker, proved resilient in 2022. It was not as negatively affected as many other countries by the war in Ukraine, registering a growth rate of 3.5% in 2022, albeit lower than the 5% in 2021. In the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, the economy continued to recover by growing by 4.1% in 2022, after posting growth of 7.6% in 2021. However, Mr. Speaker, the UK economy remains the only major advanced economy that has not yet fully recovered to its pre-pandemic level. Amid political uncertainty, fears of a recession, the British pound fell to its lowest level in decades in late September, followed by a partial recovery thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I will then now move to the regional picture. Mr. Speaker, the CARICOM region experienced a more vibrant pace of economic recovery from the COVID-19 induced sharp downturn in 2020. Amidst another external shock with considerable elevated commodity prices, estimates show, Mr. Speaker, that most CARICOM countries recorded positive economic growth in 2022, driven by strong performances in the energy sector in emerging commodity exporting country Guyana, and the continued rebound in tourist arrivals in tourism-dependent economies with the full lifting of COVID-19 related restrictions. Guyana, St. Lucia, and Barbados recorded the highest growth rates, while the lowest rates were registered in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, amidst the challenges and uncertainty in the external economic environment, St. Lucia's economy is forecast to continue on its growth trajectory this year. The forecast is that, Mr. Speaker, it will expand in the range of 3.3 to 4% following a year-on-year growth of a projected 15% in 2022, which has been now revised, Mr. Speaker, to 18.1%. Mr. Speaker, this outlook is mostly predicted and spurred by the prospects for the lead tourism sector. The momentum towards full and sustained recovery in tourism from the sharp downturn in 2020 is expected to continue with the sector expanding at a decelerated or moderated pace relative to 2021 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, despite the reduced airlift, partly related to shortage of flight crew and the deteriorating economic conditions in major source markets, stayover arrivals are projected to increase by about 5 to 9% in 2023 due to a continued demand for travel encouraged by more relaxed protocols, marketing efforts conducted in major source markets. Mr. Speaker, the planned public investments in health, road, and other infrastructure are expected to boost construction activity in 2023 and beyond, as well as enhance the economy's long-term potential for growth. Ongoing and new private investments in hotel tourism planned in 2023 and subsequent years are also expected to broaden the economy's productive capacity, with positive knock-on effects on the other support sector businesses and create new employment, further to a pickup in works on the West Coast Road Rehabilitation Project. The government is embarking on recommencement of the construction at the St. Jude Hospital and, Mr. Speaker, the Uruguay International Airport, albeit, Mr. Speaker, in a different format. Further, Mr. Speaker, under both arrangements, works are expected to start on the Grizzly Police Headquarters, the Soufriere Hospital, and the Halls of Justice. Under major private sector construction, works continue on the Marriott Hotel, Mr. Speaker, works on the Dreams and Jollity Hotel, and the possible commencement of the Hyatt Hotel in Sozel, Mr. Speaker. While consumer prices are expected to remain elevated, inflationary pressures have begun to ease, are expected to continue in 2023, but at a moderated pace. High prices would raise, Mr. Speaker, the business costs and limit consumer purchasing power, with a dampening effect on the forecasted growth trajectory. Spending on imports, Mr. Speaker, is expected to rise further, owing to continued inflation and the anticipated expansion in economic activity. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal position is expected to deteriorate slightly as capital expenditure picks up in 2023-2024. However, Mr. Speaker, public debt to GDP ratio is forecasted to decrease further to around 77%. The domestic economy, Mr. Speaker, faces a significant amount of challenges. Interrelated risk in 2023 and in the medium term, given the high level of uncertainty in the global economy. As a tourism-dependent economy, there is a likelihood, Mr. Speaker, for lower growth in the domestic economy at this final stage of its recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. A resurgence, Mr. Speaker, of COVID-19 cases in China and the rest of Asia could stall China's recovery and set back the progress made in addressing global supply chains. A prolonged and escalated war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, would dampen growth outlook and exert upward pressure on food and other commodity prices worldwide. Mr. Speaker, more aggressive monetary policy tightening by the central banks, with additional interest rate increases in advanced economies to combat inflation, may weaken growth outcomes and raise the risk of a global recession. Moderate to major natural disasters, Mr. Speaker, including flooding from heavy rains, storms and hurricanes, could derail the growth effort and reduce the level of economic activity in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, fuel was not the only commodity that saw significant increases in prices in the last financial year. The price of flour, Mr. Speaker, despite our subsidy, did increase significantly, and the government was left with no choice but to absorb the prices for a period by selling to bakers at a deeply subsidized price. Mr. Speaker, as a result of selling wheat and whole wheat flour to bakers at a subsidized price, the government spent approximately $6.5 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that the citizen security and safety has a significant impact on the overall quality of life of a nation. Hence, Mr. Speaker, we stand by the premise of creating a safe and secure St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this will be done through strategic, holistic approach by way of collaborative efforts on the various law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, this will require the cooperation of the citizenry to accomplish this feat of curtailing the scourge of criminal activity on the island. Through the implementation of targeted actions, campaigns, programs, and policies, and the provision of the necessary resources, we will endeavor, Mr. Speaker, to foster a safer and more secure environment for citizens and visitors to this island. To this end, Mr. Speaker, we will focus on improving the working conditions and efficiency in operations. Also, Mr. Speaker, the repairs and maintenance to various police facilities will be advanced during this financial year. These include, Mr. Speaker, and first on the list, Scanneries, Mr. Speaker, Miku, Richford, and the Marshall police stations. Mr. Speaker, works on the refurbishment of the drug squad building will look to be completed. Additionally, to enhance resource capacity and improve response time and patrols, the current fleet of vehicles will be augmented. Specialized equipment will also be procured for system efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the promotion of road safety and aiming to reduce the number of road fatalities and also lessen the burden on emergency response personnel, special equipment, Mr. Speaker, will be procured for the traffic management unit. This will include radar guns, ATVs, bicycles, and other vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We will also see the establishment of an impound lot for the unit. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about justice. There is, Mr. Speaker, a significant backlog in cases. The rise in criminal activity and the limited legal aid services are all factors which contributed to the erosion of the effectiveness of the legal system. Mr. Speaker, the system was further strained during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the hearing of some cases had to be postponed during that time. Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of the Swift Justice Initiative, we envisage a reduction in the backlog of criminal cases by augmenting technical and administrative support to the High Court. We anticipate, Mr. Speaker, that through enhancing the capacity of the court system, case processing can be reduced to at least 1 to 2 years. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the coroner's court and the sheriff's office, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the member for Babono did go into greater detail during a contribution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just have a little conversation about strengthening our health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, it has been established that the health of a people determines the wealth of a nation. It is against this backdrop, St. Lucia continues to advance the primary healthcare approach as the main development strategy for improving health outcomes. Gains in key indicators, such as high rates of immunization coverage, decreased incidence of communicable diseases, improvements in the nutritional status of children, expansion of health and social services, increased life expectancy, and improvements to physical infrastructure are factors that have been realized. Mr. Speaker, universal health coverage has been the overarching framework guiding the work of the Ministry of Health. It is premised on the principles of universality of access, affordability, quality, and equity. In essence, Mr. Speaker, it is a commitment in ensuring that the population has access to appropriate quality health services without compromising their financial status. To date, the UHC unit has been staffed and is focused on coordinating and setting up the necessary mechanisms required to implement UHC. This implementation, Mr. Speaker, will be carried out in incremental steps over time. In this regard, the first step, Mr. Speaker, will include the program for mother and child health services, which will be launched in the first quarter of this financial year. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, is intended to cover the service coverage gap which exists in primary health care, such as laboratory investigations, as well as diagnostics for expectant mothers. Additionally, the performance-based financing pilot, Mr. Speaker, under the Health Strengthening Project funded by the World Bank, will also serve as part of the first phase of the UHC in bridging the service gap in primary health care for diabetes and hypertension, and embedding a culture of linking finance to patient outcomes and results. Another aspect of the first phase of the UHC implementation, Mr. Speaker, is the registration of the population into a health information system and the issuance of a health card. Discussions have been ongoing with key stakeholders, including the Health Management Information Unit, both at the primary care and hospital level. Further, a communications plan for the UHC has been developed, which will be targeting different pockets of the population using different methods. There are also plans to engage local celebrities as advocates for UHC and to launch a logo and brand competition. A public survey has also been launched to garner the public's knowledge and expectations of UHC, which will be utilized to inform the development of the necessary legislation. Mr. Speaker, the member for Vifford North spoke yesterday about the establishment of the Castries Urban Polyclinic. I will not go over what he's already said. Mr. Speaker, the social sector is faced with a myriad of challenges, coupled with the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, which has further exacerbated the overwhelming pressure to deliver on social services to the vulnerable and marginalized in our society. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, efforts continue in reforming the assistance program and enhancing equity, efficiency, and transparency in the delivery of social protection services here in St. Lucia. In our relentless efforts to develop suitable programs to manage our aging population, the Home Caregivers Program is one such initiative, Mr. Speaker, which provides much-needed care to older and disabled persons who are otherwise unable to care for themselves. Under the program, Mr. Speaker, training and certification of the caregivers is an ongoing process in order to provide quality care, enhance capacity, and also provide the necessary skill sets that can be used elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, as the country has been experiencing some heightened criminal activity, we will endeavor to pursue social initiatives which will act as preventative mechanisms to curb this ongoing situation. The social intervention, Mr. Speaker, was therefore designed to respond to the escalation of incidents of criminal activity in communities around St. Lucia. The project includes, Mr. Speaker, advocacy and public education and campaigns, parenting and family interventions, counselor services, strengthening of the community-based organizations, strengthening the mentorship division in communities, training and capacity building in social crime prevention, and the implementation of basic life and employability initiatives, such as the TVET and business skills. The project is designed to be community-driven and implemented at the community level to receive the greatest impact. Mr. Speaker, there is another community-driven project which was halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we have seen it fit to resume this initiative to combat social ills and ensure that we protect some of the most vulnerable children. The program I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker, is the after-school program. This program, Mr. Speaker, will include the reopening of 16 centers island-wide, namely in Fuasho, Monrepo, Wilton's Yard, Masha, Barbados, Moshi, Cicero, Bel Air, Soufre Town, Foster Jack, Reunion, Sogel, Bellevue, Vifort Town, Roseau, Jacmel, Canaries and Auger, Labrie. Programming over the 3 days a week will be offered, Mr. Speaker. The centers will provide a safe environment which contributes to the development of children and youth by engaging them in meaningful activities after school hours. Programming such as life skills, arts and craft, homework assistance, psychosocial support, agriculture, music, as well as 1 meal per session will be provided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure development will continue to feature in this and other budget policy statements of this government as we address the aging face of our country. Mr. Speaker, for the fiscal year 2023-2024, whilst planning for major road projects such as the Shock to Grosley Highway expansion and the Feeder and Agriculture Road Rehabilitation Project Phase 2, we will proceed to continue undertaking the building of resilience into the road network and increase maintenance of public assets. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to the continuation of the Millennium Highway and West Coast Road reconstruction project, priority will also be given to the reconstruction and rehabilitation of other roads, rivers and watercourse maintenance, bridges and culverts, slope stabilization, and community road development. Mr. Speaker, the formulation of the Infrastructure 2030 plan will see the review of all government's infrastructure assets to identify gaps in existing sectoral infrastructure plans and assessing policies and regulations which govern these sectors. To date, Mr. Speaker, stakeholder engagement has commenced, taking a critical look at major challenges and gaps hampering infrastructure development, including financing and other constraints. Thus far, Mr. Speaker, a consultant has been contracted to develop the plan. On completion, Mr. Speaker, the Infrastructure 2030 plan is expected to be congruent with the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, as well as our medium-term development strategy. Mr. Speaker, works will also commence on the West Coast Reconstruction Project, which, Mr. Speaker, to my delight, is, Mr. Speaker, the construction of the road between Cul-de-sac and Soufre, which also, Mr. Speaker, includes the reconstruction of the replacement, Mr. Speaker, of the Ansari Bridge. Mr. Speaker, this project is scheduled for completion by December 2024, and significant progress has been made thus far. As a matter of fact, last week, Mr. Speaker, there was a meeting in Ansari with the affected residents who will be affected by the relocation of the bridge. The only 5 families, Mr. Speaker, they have gone on and chosen their replacement accommodation. They have agreed to facilitate any other requirements that the government requires of access to their property. And they're very happy, Mr. Speaker, for the new bridge in Ansari. Mr. Speaker, work on this project is expected to intensify, and contracts on the remaining lots have already been signed. So the Cul-de-sac to Ansari Bridge, Mr. Speaker, the Ansari Bridge, the Ansari to Canaries Bridge, and the Canaries to Soufre Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the objective of this intervention is to significantly improve the quality and the road network in the country by enhancing and upgrading as well as increasing road-bearing capacity. This will result in shorter commuting times and reduce vehicle maintenance costs to road users. During the last fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, 208 meters of road was rehabilitated. For this fiscal, a total of $4 million has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, the Grosley Highway and Secondary Road improvement, Mr. Speaker, is also on the agenda and will be funded by the Caribbean Development Bank, co-financed by OPEC Fund for International Development and the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, Mr. Speaker. The Grosley Police Station, Mr. Speaker. The Grosley Police Station, Mr. Speaker, in September of last year, the bolt agreement with NIPRO for the construction of the Grosley Police Station was signed. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we have made good on our promise to commence construction of the new Divisional Police Headquarters in Grosley during this financial year at an estimated cost of $35 million. Mr. Speaker, for the Urania International Airport redevelopment project, we will seek to upgrade the footprint of the HIA infrastructure and ecosystem at the airport. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, taking into consideration the findings and recommendations of the Cabinet-appointed review committee for the project, the decision was taken, Mr. Speaker, to proceed with the redevelopment of HIA. However, a reduced scope, Mr. Speaker, will be deployed in relation to the terminal building size. Hence, the construction of the air traffic control tower will commence during this fiscal year, with completion earmarked for 18 months thereafter. This new air traffic control tower, Mr. Speaker, will be more than 100 feet, providing optimum airfield surveillance. Under the World Bank Caribbean Air Transport Connectivity Project, the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, through establishing a dedicated project implementation unit, seeks to improve the runway safety and resilience on HIA, modernize its air navigation systems, strengthen its institutional capacity, and develop its contingent emergency response. For the aerodrome rescue, Mr. Speaker, and firefighting facility, the consultancy for design and supervision has been completed. A contract will soon be awarded with the works underway in the short term. Further to this, Mr. Speaker, the official signing of the runway rehabilitation consultancy with the Danish firm was successfully completed in December 2022, with preliminary investigations and meetings well underway. Another aspect is that of personnel, Mr. Speaker. Within such critical sectors exists a myriad of skills and abilities that are necessary not only for compliance, but also for innovation and further development in the business of both air and seaports. Against this backdrop, SLASPLA has already commenced a full-scale people optimization program. This affirms the organization's effort to improve infrastructure and build a human resource component that will allow for greater efficiencies. Talent management, standard certification, and comprehensive systems will be the outcomes of these efforts. Mr. Speaker, as you know, a lot has been said about St. Jude's. The government, Mr. Speaker, has given its commitment to deliver the St. Jude's Hospital as an ultimate priority to the people of the South in the shortest possible time. To this end, Mr. Speaker, after much review, we have decided to return to the original structures for the hospital. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the cleaning, sanitization, fencing works has commenced and will be followed by the refurbishment works of the structures for which DCA approval has been obtained. These activities will occur simultaneously, Mr. Speaker, with the design review, modifications required for DCA approval, and for the necessary construction and refurbishment works to be carried out in pursuit of a fast-paced construction schedule. An amount, Mr. Speaker, of $32.75 million has been allocated in this year's budget for this project. Mr. Speaker, whatever is good for Soufriere is always good for the people of Anseri Canis. The people of Soufriere and environments have long awaited this new facility, Mr. Speaker, to replace the existing one, which is deemed too vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters. This new hospital, Mr. Speaker, will allow for effective operation of a well-resourced and functional medical facility in this part of the island. This facility, Mr. Speaker, will be a level 4 health facility, which would allow for overnight observation and short stays for non-critical patients. Such an initiative, Mr. Speaker, is also critical for the community and neighboring communities, given its involvement in the tourism sector. The facility is expected to be constructed through a design finance construct arrangement and will be located along the Sir Arthur Lewis Street in Soufriere Town. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $2 million in this budget for the commencement of this project. Construction of a new fire service headquarters, Mr. Speaker. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, will commence the process of a new fire service headquarters in the city. The current location of the fire service headquarters, Mr. Speaker, near the Castries River, constantly places the fire service at risk of flooding during the hurricane season. This may therefore, Mr. Speaker, inhibit the department's ability to respond to emergencies in the event of a natural disaster. The intention, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is to relocate the fire headquarters to Manuel Street to allow for entrance and exit to the building in either direction. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of accelerating the pace of digital transformation in St. Lucia and bridging the existing gap, a number of electronic services being offered to the citizenry, we have endeavored to achieve the following, Mr. Speaker. To date, the introduction of a Digital Government Services Plan, DigiGov, within the Division of Transport, the Ministry of Health and Civil Status Registry, has led the way, Mr. Speaker, in advancing government's digital agenda for the delivery of online services, which has resulted in the following. A reduction, Mr. Speaker, in the processing times for drivers-related services from 3 months to 10 business days within the Division of Transport. The issuance and verification of COVID-19 digital vaccination certificates by the Ministry of Health. The availability of birth and death certificates online. Mr. Speaker, Phase 3 of DigiGov is now scheduled to be deployed and will focus on the services of the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property. The successful rollout of the online business registry will allow individuals and businesses the convenience of conducting name searches, reservations, business registration, and the application for tax account and national insurance numbers, amongst others. GINet, Mr. Speaker, another aim of the government is to increase in access to the broadband world island-wide for the development of the wireless LAN area network in public areas to enable locals and visitors to have free or low-cost internet access. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, will be continued under the government island-wide GNet project, Mr. Speaker. For this upcoming year, we anticipate the completion of installation of 20 more sites and 45 wireless access points around St. Lucia, in addition to 32 sites and 92 wireless points in which have already been completed under the project. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, with the impetus of putting people first and leaving no one behind, we have partnered with Flow for the Home Communications Relief Bundle for the provision of low-cost ICT services to approximately 5,000 low-income households. Mr. Speaker, data for decision-making is very important to any developing country. Information plays a vital role, Mr. Speaker, in evidence-based decision-making. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the decisions made should be rooted in reliable data in order to make decisions that are understandable, accessible, and sustainable. It is therefore important to create an avenue in which the data available for decision-making is valid, reliable, precise, and timely. This would, Mr. Speaker, allow for the implementation of better policies for sustained social and economic development. In this regard, this initiative seeks to improve the capacity of the Central Statistical Office to produce and publicly disseminate statistical data in a timely manner, Mr. Speaker, to allow for evidence-based policy making at both the country and regional levels. To date, the data collection phase of the 2022 Population and Housing Census is in progress with an enumeration coverage rate of approximately 60%. We therefore implore the remaining 40% to cooperate in the provision of data required, Mr. Speaker, in order to make sound evidence-based decisions to the benefit of all citizens. Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the skills and experience that confront our youth, the government seeks to make the business environment less bureaucratic for the youth of this country and allow them the opportunity to transform hobbies into entrepreneurship and skills into businesses. It is against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, the newly constituted Youth Economy Agency aims to carve out a unique space in the general economic system for youth entrepreneurship, as well as business growth for providing resources to young people to create sustainable livelihoods for business development, finance, marketing support, as well as training and mentorship. This, Mr. Speaker, will provide an avenue for young people who have special interests in certain lines of economic activity, such as sports, music entertainment, designing, the creative economy, cultural activities, digital economy, arts, Mr. Speaker, agriculture, the blue economy, amongst others. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, venture capital facilities, grants and loans will be allotted for workable projects. Thus, Mr. Speaker, the Board of Directors for the new agency has been appointed and is mandated to set the strategic priorities, objectives, performance targets, and organizational policies to inform the youth economy strategic plan. The board is also currently conducting a recruitment and selection exercise to find the best fit for its secretariat. In addition, Mr. Speaker, office space has been identified for the agency and is currently being retrofitted to commence serving the young people of St. Lucia immediately upon completion. We envisage, Mr. Speaker, that the agency will address priority issues as follows: provide the necessary incentives and opportunities for young people to pursue their dreams, create a new enterprise culture, and reduce the constraints that young people face in accessing credit and finance and the availability of support services. Cater to young individuals and provide venture capital facilities, grants and loans for their projects. Provide an avenue for young people who have special interests in certain lines of economic activity. Attract, Mr. Speaker, and integrate rural youth and urban at-risk youth. The immediate outcomes for the advancement of the objectives of the youth economy, Mr. Speaker, will include access to economic opportunities, business facilitation, technology and institutional infrastructure, ecosystem for youth advocacy and development. In this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, a total of $4 million has been allocated towards this development. The Minister for Tourism has not spoken, so I'm not going to spend any more time. I'll allow him to discuss his goodies for tourism. But I will just make mention of one particular one, Mr. Speaker, because of its specific interest in my constituency. The OACS Regional Transformation, the OACS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project, Mr. Speaker. We have seen a rescoping of the activities which was done after an assessment of tourism development priorities for rebuilding the tourism industry. In this upcoming fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate the commencement of key civil works. This alignment of activities will correspond with the policies of sustainable tourism through community and heritage tourism development. For the following activities under this project, the architectural designs and supporting technical specifications for the associated civil works are currently ongoing and in some cases finalized. And in the case of the Canneries Market and Restaurant, Mr. Speaker, work has already commenced. But the Casheries Market Container Box Park, the Social Craft Center rehabilitation, the Marigold Waterfront redevelopment, and Sphere Bay Lookout, Buckeye Beach Park, Grosley Beach Park development, Soufriere Old Trafford project, concessionary project goods. But in the case of Canneries, Mr. Speaker, as I said previously, work has already commenced on the construction of our market and restaurant. Mr. Speaker, we now focus on aspects related to our cultural heritage emerging from the pandemic period. This year's Carnival celebration is intended to showcase the resurgence of community carnivals, including calypso competition, pageants, steel pan, and junior carnival. Mr. Speaker, ancillary canneries will also be taking part, not so much so in jazz, but we will certainly be looking forward to having our own little carnival with the assistance of the Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, although the agricultural sector has been beset with a number of persistent challenges, it continues to play a vital role in our socio-economic development as a nation by way of economic gains through exporting, food and nutrition security, and poverty reduction through stable livelihoods for the people of this nation. Notwithstanding that we are currently facing a crisis, unlike we have seen before, encountering rising food import prices sparked by the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, further amplified, Mr. Speaker, by the Ukraine war, while enduring high cost of production and navigating climate disruptions. However, Mr. Speaker, we as a
Member
nation
for
will
Answer Canaries, you have 10 minutes left.
15 minutes.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210 to permit the member for Answer Canaries an extra 15 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Answer Canaries an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. And now for the question, as many as that opinion say aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, most importantly of all, Mr. Speaker, most important of all, Mr. Speaker, most important of all is the blue economy, Mr. Speaker. In recognition of the sustainable management and protection of St. Lucia's extensive ocean space and associated marine and coastal resources as key drivers of economic growth, job creation, and diversification, the unleashing of the blue economy in the Caribbean project will seek to build on existing policy measures that promote the sustainable and integrated use of marine resources while preserving the health of our ocean ecosystem. By strengthening the sustainability and competitiveness of three critical interconnected sectors, namely tourism, fisheries and agriculture, and waste management. Mr. Speaker, we anticipate great accomplishments in this area. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's high level of economic, social, and environmental and climate vulnerability, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing Ukraine war, and climate disruption, natural disasters, remain a major concern for this government. We are cognizant of the fact that matters such as food security is quickly becoming a critical concern, as there continues to be a spike in the food prices, which brings to the forefront the matter of availability of food, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will turn very briefly to housing. We, Mr. Speaker, have made arrangements for the lands, hopefully in Jacmel, in Masque, 100 homes in Masque, Mr. Wave, Nipro, and also in Belvedere and Canaries, Mr. Speaker. But I allow the Minister for Housing to delve more into that, Mr. Speaker. But we are looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to our fair share of housing, Mr. Speaker, in the constituency of Ancillary Canaries. Mr. Speaker, the government has a number of funding options available to finance the 2023-2024 budget. For the fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, expenditure will be financed from a mixture of recurrent revenue, capital revenue, grants, loans, treasury bills, and bonds. This government, Mr. Speaker, has examined the available financing options with a view to select the most fiscally prudent package. Mr. Speaker, there are many external shocks which at any time can affect St. Lucia and the wider Caribbean region, such as pandemics, wars, and price shocks, among others, as we have all experienced. This government, Mr. Speaker, will continue to be fiscally responsible by avoiding the wastage of funds and seek to mitigate against those external shocks with every mechanism available. We are a government with a conscience, and we will ensure that this country, Mr. Speaker, remains on a sustainable path now and in the future. We will demonstrate this by our record of our fiscal targets, other economic indicators such as the primary and current surpluses. We will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we take the advice of our technical staff and support organizations to achieve these goals. Mr. Speaker, this government has given the favorable year-end outlook of the 2023. Examine the policies guiding the collection of revenue, and will introduce some policy adjustments intended to enhance our revenue and give us the necessary fiscal space that will assist in times of emergency. Mr. Speaker, This government is strongly of the view that in normal times, we should not have to borrow to fund operations of government. The current operations of government have to be financed by the revenue that we generate. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, and ideally, we should endeavor to fund part of our capital expenditure with the remainder of our surpluses on the current account. Mr. Speaker, this is what countries that are serious about fiscal responsibility do. Mr. Speaker, the government will remain on the path of being trustworthy and will continue its bilateral arrangements with friendly governments and organizations to seek grant funding to fund policies for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, through our embassies and partners, we will continue to forge new partnerships, negotiate new bilateral agreements on the basis of mutual cooperation. Mr. Speaker, So, Mr. Speaker, before my time runs out, I would like to just spend a little time on what matters very much to me. Mr. Speaker, nearly 2 years has elapsed since the people of Ancillary Canaries has reposed their trust in me to make representation on their behalf. My thanks, Mr. Speaker, and gratitude to them knows no bounds. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, I have dedicated my life to serving them, to serving my constituents and the people of St. Lucia. This has been a period of learning, and many a valuable lesson have been learned. I have, Mr. Speaker, and continue to fully immerse myself in working towards fulfilling the promises made to put them first. Though, Mr. Speaker, they acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the constituency is receiving much needed attention from this government. You rightly have and continue to demand that I make myself more available to you. Amidst all of you have exercised your patience. I do recognize your demands are from a genuine and selfless concern for your constituency. And again, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I pledge that this 2023-24 financial year to fully engage even more all sectors of our community, our councils and development committees, our schools and PTAs, our religious groups, our youth and sporting groups, our farmers and fisherfolk, our transportation sector, our senior citizens, and special needs projects. Mr. Speaker, I have gone very fondly of keeping my secrets that have been given. But Mr. Speaker, just to give a quick note as to some of the activities that has taken place and are about to take place in the constituency of Ancillary Canaries. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Sports indicated yesterday, we now have lights on the Otago Court, Mr. Speaker, which we never had before. A consultancy, Mr. Speaker, is underway to help us, for once and for all, deal with the issues of the ancillary fish fry, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it has been on an off and on, start and stop process for some years. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have not gotten it right in the past. So we have decided, Mr. Speaker, to engage a consultant, Mr. Speaker, to give us the bare bolts of what is necessary to make it a very viable and successful endeavor. This time, Mr. Speaker, when it recommences, it's going to recommence to stay and not recommence to start shortly after. Mr. Speaker, the Vanna Venus Link Road, Mr. Speaker, is almost complete, and we expect the official opening ceremony to take place very shortly. The bridge in Ancillary, Mr. Speaker, is being replaced. We have the market, as I mentioned earlier, in Canaries. Relief, Mr. Speaker, is also underway for the residents of Tetchime. Relief, Mr. Speaker, for the Delago Road. The Canaries Police Station, Mr. Speaker, having been slated down for repairs, is also, Mr. Speaker, a beneficiary of a vehicle, which was never the case before. There's a smarting of the Ancillary Wellness Center, which we are about to do. There is the solarization, Mr. Speaker, of the fishing port and fishing area in Ancillary, with the savings, Mr. Speaker, will go towards creating a fund for fishermen to access upon retirement or when they want to send their children to school. The library, Mr. Speaker, is also in Canaries, has also been renovated. The new library, Mr. Speaker, has been done at the Ancillary Primary School, and the member for Cashier's officer said to me he's going to help me with my steel pan shed in Canaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, above all, Mr. Speaker, the Millet Court, Mr. Speaker, will be upgraded. And finally, Mr. Speaker, for all these shenanigans, Jack Mill, Mr. Speaker, will finally receive their lights for the film, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to continuing to serve my constituency and my country, despite all the noise, Mr. Speaker. The idea when you decide to become a member of Parliament, in my mind, was to get the work done for the people of your constituency. We are not going to pretend to support them like we did with the case of my constituent playing football overseas, where the member for Miku South attempted to take benefit for that. But he was dealt with very appropriately by the mother. That, Mr. Speaker, only happened because of the member for Castries East, the Prime Minister, who made available to us, Mr. Speaker, the ability to assist our constituents on specific matters. And for that, Mr. Speaker, again, I thank him, and I thank you, and I thank the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort South.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, budget debates are always interesting occasions for a number of reasons. It's an occasion for a government to display its ministerial talents. It's an opportunity for members to share their philosophies, their beliefs, expectations, to act eloquently, and of course to speak of their ministries and their policies. Crucially, it is also an opportunity for members to highlight their constituencies, and in some circumstances to share their secrets with the rest of us. Secrets sometimes we may not even be aware of, but nevertheless we welcome and we are happy for these individual members. Most importantly, we are all on display to the people of St. Lucia as they cast their judgments on our individual performances. It is an exciting time, Mr. Speaker, in the parliamentary calendar. It is truly parliamentary theater, and how much of that we have had in the past 24 hours. I remember Sir John in his first and last budget presentation after the 2006 general elections, in an obvious attempt at mischief and mirth, remarking that a highlight for him was the attire of some members of the then House. I believe that on that occasion he spoke specifically of the splendor of the attire of the member for Vieux-Fort North. and of course also the then member for Dennery North as well. We all, I remember, erupted into laughter, Mr. Speaker. That helped to diffuse the tension, which was laden and was very heavy. But, Mr. Speaker, I take a moment to commend the people of St. Lucia. I am frankly astonished by the number of St. Lucians at home and abroad who listened to the presentations. I used to think we politicians bored them to death. They were fed up of us. They were fed up of our gymnastics. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Even more intriguing are the numbers online, some of whom, of course, as you know, engage in very robust debates, depending on the individual they support, or, of course, the particular political party that they endorse, or, for that matter, the argument that they find favorable. When I look back, I think that the decision many years ago to televise meetings of the House have paid huge dividends, even at the cost of fewer persons, or in fact, no persons at all, joining us in the chamber to follow our proceedings. I say this not with any degree of disappointment, Mr. Speaker, but to say that we were just in time for this electronic revolution that has occurred when major adjustments were made by all in terms of how we received, how we handled, and how we disseminated information. So, Mr. Speaker, all is on display. Attire, ties, speechcraft, wit, parliamentary mannerisms and styles. All of that is on display and available for commentary. It is also an occasion when choice political language is utilized. I'm sure that some revisit vocabularies in preparation for this debate to make sure these days that they have the right pronunciation, because there's always dictionaries available to facilitate this process. But of course, too, it is an occasion to carefully select your arguments and to insert in the political discourse that takes place specific items to provoke, to invite, to admonish, to cause pain, and of course, if you prefer the lighter side of it, discomfort. And so this morning, Mr. Speaker, as I prepared for my turn at this lectern, I had just about enough chance to hear my dear friend, the member for Swazelle Saldibus, speak of the Sandals matter, admonishing members on the government side about continuing to mention the fact that some $24 million in tax were cancelled for the Sandals chain. Now, Sandals is a very sensitive subject, Mr. Speaker, always a sensitive subject. But the honorable member inserted this, and I have always said in my conversations with him, and I've always told him, that, you know, whenever he is going to invoke my name, he must tread with a lot of caution. He must be careful that he dots his I's, he crosses his T's, and if he does that, then he can be assured that all will be well. But unfortunately, I don't know whether it is because of the advice he received, the direction he got. He did not listen to what a friend had voluntarily offered to him, to be careful, to tread carefully. And so he mentioned me as he referred to a press release issued by the Sandals chain. Mr. Speaker, I must take the opportunity to respond, because you see, I have issued very few press releases since 2016. I have issued press releases mainly where my constituency is concerned. And you'll find most of my press releases have been on subjects pertaining to my constituency. But when the Sanders press release came out, I did issue a press release because I found the release particularly egregious. And I want, Mr. Speaker, to touch briefly this press release to which I am referring to, and of course to give the honorable member from Sozelle a copy to remind him of what was said. I'll tell you what I found very egregious in the press release. It was the following paragraph in the statement issued by Sanders. Quote, "Since the former Prime Minister was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, it is very unfortunate that members of his party are among those being allowed to consistently misrepresent this issue to the public of St. Lucia. Sanders never and does not owe the government of St. Lucia any outstanding money. Rather, this dispute with Inland Revenue over withholding taxes on insurance premiums was an old and exceptional matter that required resolution if Sanders was able to finance new investments on the island. Indeed, the only purpose served by delaying it was to have derailed the expansion works that were planned for the Sanders Grand St. Lucia." That particular paragraph. And of course, up to now, I don't think those works that are spoken about, or all the works have taken place, but put that aside for the time being, because we know there were other issues involved, including legal challenges. This paragraph contained, in my view, two insinuations which I totally reject as completely false. The first is a suggestion that despite my knowledge of the circumstances surrounding this matter, I am one of those allowing members of the St. Lucia Labour Party, among others, to consistently misrepresent the issue. Secondly, I was one of those involved in delaying the resolution of the issue, and this served the purpose to derail the expansion works that were planned for the Sanders Grand St. Lucia. I pointed out that these two statements in their imputations are false and highly defamatory for the following reasons. And I will very quickly go through what I said in that press release. Quote, "To start with, the assessment to tax was made by the Inland Revenue Department. The revenue laws of St. Lucia provide for challenges to any assessment by any taxpayer who is aggrieved by an assessment or determination by the Controller of Inland Revenue. 3. As Minister of Finance, I considered it imprudent and unlawful for me or the Cabinet to intervene in the determination of assessments by the Inland Revenue Department. 4. I was aware that Sanders had been assessed by the Inland Revenue Department for payment of withholding taxes on insurance premiums between the years 2001 to 2009 because I was approached by Mr. Richard Peter King on behalf of Sanders on the issue. My position has always been very clear that I do not and will not intervene in these matters. Consequently, I gave absolutely no undertaking to Sanders or any officer or representative of Sanders that the government which I led would intervene to resolve the complaint by Sanders in its favor. 6thly, in all the years that I have served St. Lucia as Minister of Finance, I have never intervened to direct the Inland Revenue Department in matters of tax liability. In fact, for me, it was sacred ground. I never ever touched it, and no Inland Revenue Controller could ever say I gave them directions on any taxpayer. I have always held the view that matters of tax liability between the taxpayer and the Department of Inland Revenue are sacred. No controller of Inland Revenue Department could say that I have ever directed the department to withdraw, alter, or change assessments made by the department on any individual or corporate entity. The most that I have done is to urge the taxpayer and the department to compromise and settle issues of liability amicably, as litigation is usually a costly affair, not only for the taxpayer, but also for the government. Then finally I said, if Sanders Resort International was so convinced that the professional advice which it said it received was right, then all it had to do was to appeal the decision of the Control of Inland Revenue to the Income Tax Appeals Commissioners established by Section 108 of the Income Tax Act, Cap 1502. It did not. Instead, it appealed to and leverage the then government, the Shasta government, to intervene and set aside the assessment made by the Department of Inland Revenue. That was the response to the statement. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that young Adam Stewart draws my admiration. I watched him grow as a young man and develop over the years. And remember my several conversations with him, sometimes in the presence of his father, about his future and what the future is likely to bring. I have not had the opportunity to meet him, of course, since he's been elevated following his father's death. But I just want to say that I regard him as a very decent young man. But there was a time, and I regret, Mr. Stewart has passed on to the silent continent, as a member for Library would say. And so he may not hear my utterances today, or cannot hear my utterances. And I regret that, but I would say this. At one time, I was Mr. Stewart's favorite Prime Minister in the region. I was his favorite Prime Minister and the best Prime Minister for tourism at one time. But it's no secret, the relationship fell apart. And it fell apart really for three reasons, Mr. Speaker. And these are the reasons that I suspect is behind this rather defamatory statement. First of all, the decision by the then government that I led to enact the Labor Code for St. Lucia. Mr. Stewart opposed this vehemently. Why, I could not understand or comprehend. And that's a whole story by itself. And then, of course, that played out in the elections, of course, as you know, in 2006. The second reason that we fell out was, of course, the re-entry of Sir John Compton into the political arena, his old friend, and it provided the perfect opportunity for him to redefine his loyalties. No quarrels with that, no problems with that. I understand these things. And perhaps the third thing was indeed this tax issue, because he himself came to me about it with his chief tax architect at the time, made the request to me, and I declined the request and told him that, look, I am sorry, I can't entertain this, because I do believe that the correct procedure is to appeal to the tax commissioners. I don't get involved. The relationship then just fell apart. So when the member for Swazelle introduces this issue in Parliament, when he introduces this issue, he may not have remembered the background and provides the perfect opportunity, of course, to put the record straight and clear. But I'm a man, I have no ill will, I have no malice, I don't bear any anger or hatred, I'm not accustomed to that. I like the new Sanders chairman. I think he is a very interesting young man, and it is astounding that a young person at that age could be given so much responsibility for an obviously a world-class product that has really changed tourism in the region. It's an astounding accomplishment. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am going to invite the member for Swazelle to engage in a little reflection and to be far more cautious when he decides to enter the arena on the basis of such statements and such events. This brings me, Mr. Speaker, to a sub-theme of my presentation this afternoon, and it had a direct reference to the issue of choice of political language. And I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the occurrences in the exchanges that take place in our Parliament in the lexicon that we utilize, are what I sometimes describe as political myths. We come to this house and we repeat things that are obvious myths, and for want of a better term, are nothing more than political myths. These myths, Mr. Speaker, are sometimes elevated to self-evident truth. And perhaps to be clear, Mr. Speaker, what do I mean by myths in our political practice and political culture? What do you really mean, Mr. Speaker? There are several definitions of myths. The one that fits my purpose best is the one in the Encyclopedia Britannica, which says that a myth is, quote, a usually traditional story of ostensibly historical events that serves to unfold part of the worldview of a people to explain a practice, belief, or natural phenomenon. And I want that just to sink in. It's a worldview. It's a part of a worldview. It's part of a worldview. It seems to explain a practice, belief, or phenomenon. The more popular Wikipedia says myth is a folklore consisting of narratives that play a fundamental role in society, such as foundational tales or origin myths. Since myth is popularly used to describe stories that are not objectively true, the identification of a narrative as a myth can be highly controversial. So these are selected from the authorities as to what myths could be, etc. And of course, if I say we use myths in our political discourse, then I'm simply saying to you that you are repeating things you believe which are irrefutable truths about each other and of course the political parties you support and represent. So let me draw some conclusions, because Mr. Speaker, I don't want you to rule me out of order, and I know that you are listening very closely and want to find out where I'm going with this. Well, I'll get them in a few minutes. So the conclusions I would draw is that a myth is a traditional story of ostensibly historical event or event. Something existed, Mr. Speaker, to create it. It unfolds part of the worldview of a people, or we can add a society, a political party, an organization if you want. It consists of narratives that play a fundamental role, and in the case of a political party, for the political party, its projections and its arguments, its acceptance or non-acceptance, Mr. Speaker. And of course, all the time, bearing in mind, and both definitions agree, that it is a story that is not objectively true. So when we come in this parliament and repeat and regurgitate myths, Mr. Speaker, we are really repeating things that are not objectively true, you know. But it is convenient for us to latch on and to say it with such conviction. So in politics, Mr. Speaker, we do create our own folklore, our own truths. And as I have said before, there's such a thing called political folklore. Political folklore. The beliefs and things that surround the practice of politics, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we create myths to give meaning or ascribe value and meaning to phenomena, events that are rarely, as we said, objectively true. But, Mr. Speaker, don't get me wrong, myths do serve political purposes. They record events or observations. They give meaning. They offer a ready-made explanation of a phenomena. They obfuscate. They confuse. Sometimes they destroy. So embedded, Mr. Speaker, are these myths in the psyche of people and in their conversations that we elevate these myths to become what I said earlier are irrefutable truths. And Mr. Speaker, I am sure that if you ask supporters of both political parties, they will share popular beliefs and generalizations about each other, which they hold to be the gospel truths ordained. That's the truths. To To make my point, Mr. Speaker, I will share with you two common generalizations that factually are really political myths which should be relegated to the dustbins of history. And I'm going to play it safe by using two drawn from our own political party. One such myth is that crime always increases under the SLP because the SLP is soft on crime. You hear it all the time. Another is that the SLP only cares about workers and the poor, not the middle class or middle class professionals. So pervasive is this latter characterization that the Minister of Finance was moved, Mr. Speaker, at page 7 of his presentation, to declare quite rightly that, quote, this government continues to be guided and inspired by the philosophy and values of the founding fathers of our great party, the St. Lucia Labour Party, to open doors of opportunity for every St. Lucian, irrespective of their social and economic standing in the society. Our party originated from the bosom of the labor movement and has consistently served the best interests of the workers in this country, unquote. And that summarizes a philosophical tenet of the Labour Party that all represent. And I am certain that this particular quote will resonate for a very long time today, and of course in the years to come. It's very well said. Today, Mr. Speaker, I plan to address one such pervasive myth. The myth that of the two political parties, the United Workers' Party is the best manager of the economy. And I believe you heard the member, the leader of the opposition, the member for Miku South. He's not disassociating himself from that view at all. I mean, in fact, I think that there's muted concurrence with it. I do so, Mr. Speaker, because the former administration led by the member for Miku South was a chief purveyor of that myth, even after the defeat of 2021. And, Mr. Speaker, I sat on the opposition benches in the last term as I heard the derision, the ridicule, the unkind remarks about the economy that was managed by the previous administration. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall some of the choice statements that were made on these occasions. But what was the reality, Mr. Speaker? I want to take the bold step of answering this, particularly as it concerns this budget presentation and, of course, the information that has been presented to us in the last few days. Let us look at the performance of the respective administrations. The Labour Party administration, led by yours truly, at one time the honourable member for the South, and of course the administration led by the former Prime Minister and now leader of the opposition member, also for Miku South. I will focus initially on these key indices: growth rates, debt to GDP ratios, fiscal operations. And after we have looked at these indices, we are then going to consider how the resources of the state were utilized. And already we have had pronouncements from individual members in their contributions to this House. So the remit is simple. Who really is the best manager of this economy? What does the historical record say? What does the historical record provide? Who can the people of St. Lucia continue to trust to manage this economy, to take us to the future that lies ahead of us? These are the sub-themes, the sub-topics, the sub-issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's first of all look at what the former Prime Minister and the member for Miku South inherited in 2016. This is what they found. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I have not wandered very far. I didn't go into my archives because, you know, these economic and social reviews, I do have problems with them sometimes, to be honest, and I've said so when I was on the opposition benches. That's not going to change now. I do have issues with them, but I didn't go into my archives. I decided for the sake of simplicity to use this. So we are back in 2016. What was the inheritance? And we are looking at, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the issue of growth rates. For the 5-year period, the growth rate recorded during the tenure of the former St. Lucia Labour Party government was minus 0.1 in 2012, minus 2.0 in 2013, 1.3 in 2014, 0.1 in 2015, and 3.4 in 2016. I have omitted the 4.3 growth rate in 2011 because a general election, of course, the United Workers' Party was then in office, because the general election was held in November of that year, and that growth rate properly belongs to the United Workers' Party of the member for Castries North. But we all know what happens subsequently, because the moment after that growth rate, the economy plunged, decelerated into decline. And I don't think the member for Castries North will ever dissent that this decline was partly explained by, of course, the settlement of the then wage bill. And in any event, this was the period when we engaged in some structural adjustment to better anchor the economy. And yes, we did. We introduced VAT in that period. Many will remember, of course, this. The growth rate of 2016 was also a shared year between the parties, but everyone knows that what was achieved in any particular year was determined by policies in the previous term. Now for the 5-year period of the United Workers' Party. The growth rate recorded during the tenure of the UWP under the guidance of the member for Migu South was 3.4 in 2017, which, as you know, would have been created by the policies of 2016. 2.9 in 2018, minus 0.3 in 2019. And then we plunged precipitously to a whopping minus 25.4 in 2020. And of course returned to a growth of 12.2% in 2021. And Mr. Speaker, I am inviting you, I think, to look at page 91, where all of these statistics appear. So you're welcome to visit page 91 to confirm that I'm not propagating my own myth, but rather these are statistics from this. Now, let me enter a caveat. And there's no need for us to fight over this, you know, because it's time we have to grow up in politics. You know, I remember, Mr. Speaker, I remember the years when we had September 11th in the US and the economies were plunged into decline. No matter how I stood on the benches on the opposite side and explained the impact this had on tourism and the damage it caused the tourism sector, I was ridiculed roundly, not just by the then opposition, but of course by those interest groups in the society who felt that they had a shared interest in promoting the ideological interests of the then United Workers' Party. So in 2011, Mr. Speaker, that chapter was a different chapter. So for the 5-year period of the United Workers' Party, we have these growth rates, and in particular, the decline of 25.4% is directly, I wouldn't say directly, is partly attributably, partly explainable by, of course, what occurred with COVID. To be sure, as I said, Mr. Speaker, it is beyond doubt that COVID was largely responsible for this precipitous decline, but niggling questions remain. Why was the decline so severe? Why was St. Lucia the worst casualty in the OECS? And that's the niggling question. 3 points may be made, Mr. Speaker. First, the United Workers' Party in 2016 inherited an economy that had stabilized after the adjustments between 2011 and 2014 to introduce VAT and contain expenditure. By 2016, the economy had returned to growth, albeit tepidly, a little warm, but growth was there, and that's how it starts. In 2017, when the member from Migu South was Prime Minister and in office, after 1 year, the economy grew by 3.4%. And thereafter, growth decelerated rapidly. And that is another question. Why did growth begin to decelerate after a climb of 3.4? Secondly, in 2020, Mr. Speaker, as we said, growth declined by a whopping 25.4%, the most significant decline ever in the economic history of this country, worse than Hurricane Allen in 1979. Secondly, as I said earlier, it was the most dramatic decline in the OECS. It is really pointless to blame it all on COVID. We're not going to get anywhere with that argument, even when we concede that COVID had some impact, some influence. I'll tell you why. It is true that by then our economy had developed tourism as its leading sector. And it was the sector that suffered the greatest damage from the onset of COVID. But the problem is that a country like Antigua has a similarly structured economy like ours these days, perhaps with the rider that we are slightly more diversified because of our manufacturing sector, which I suspect is a little stronger than that of Antigua. And of course we have some agriculture as well, some. And you know what has happened to agriculture's contribution to GDP in this economy? So the question is, why is it that they never experienced such a dramatic decline and we did? And as I said, we were a more diversified economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, what reasons can you proffer for this? What reasons can you give for this? But I leave the issue at large. I put it out at large, deliberately for the time being, Mr. Speaker, because the plan is to return to it at the appropriate time. The third point I wish to make, and I know this irritates the opposition intensely. It does irritate the opposition each time it is said. The United Workers' Party administration was the beneficiary of a twice rebased economy during its tenure. Every time I say that, they get upset. Every time. And I'm on record as saying the St. Lucia Labour Party has never had the benefit of a rebased economy. How the civil servants manage it, I don't even know to this day. How they get it done, I don't know, but we all welcome it. You know why, Mr. Speaker? We welcome it because it means major adjustments in the figures that are presented to the Honorable House. So if you had a lower growth rate in a particular year, a particular cycle, you may find that growth rate inching, a couple points up. But Mr. Speaker, it is well known that rebasing recorded higher measurable economic output will lead to a reduction in debt to GDP ratios. So if you have, for example, if your GDP increases, then what it does is that it allows some readjustment on your debt to GDP ratio and perhaps even make your debt to GDP ratio looking a little better, whether of course by a couple notches or otherwise. So it's always welcome. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I want to stick a pin here for the sake of history, for the sake of the moment, for the sake of the hour. Mr. Speaker, I pause to say that one of the highest, if not the highest growth achieved after independence in a single year was 6.2% in 2006, achieved when the member for Beaufort South managed the economy. And I have a feeling it's higher than 6.2 because we have not got the rebase figures. I don't have access to the rebase figures, even if the Ministry of Finance suggested they may have been rebased. But I've always known it's 6.2 before rebasing. Be that as it may. No other Minister of Finance is yet to surpass that figure in normal times, though the omens look good for the current Minister of Finance to do so. And why do I say normal times? Simply, when an economy suffers a dramatic decline, as happened with COVID with us, you get a decline of 25.4%, or you get a hurricane that totally destroys your GDP, it is almost inevitably that once you begin to deal with the issues of recovery, you will see your growth developing by leaps and bounds. It's an inevitable process. Now, of course, they are taking sanctuary in that argument. They're taking sanctuary in that argument, and their response is, well, you know, you got a 25, you got an 18% growth rate, you got a 12, it had to happen. In any event, attempting to deny the member for Castries is the skillful managing of the economy to have allowed room for that growth to take place. And you want to understand what I'm saying? You want to understand what you're saying? What I'm saying? Just like, Mr. Speaker, when the member for Migu South held the reins of the economy, he can't explain what he did, why the economy deteriorated so alarmingly and decelerated at the pace that it did prior to the entry of COVID. So, you get the next clue. When COVID came around, this economy was already in sharp decline. It had decelerated to the point that COVID delivered to it a lethal blow because of the management of the economy by the previous Minister of Finance. That's the reality, and so on. The economy did not have the pillars, it did not have the crutches, Mr. Speaker, that it needed to withstand the onslaught of COVID. And so we all had the indignity of a decline of 25.4% or thereabouts, some say 30%, Mr. Speaker. That's what in fact happened. And I'm not saying that the honorable member should have forecasted what would have happened, because we didn't expect the pandemic. But you know the problem is when you begin to explain the phenomenon, that's the issue. You have to take responsibility and you have to take liability. It is in your explanations that become critical and crucial. Of course I would want that history. I would want that history to be treated as historical phenomena. But we cannot do so yet because the imputation still exists. The consequences, we are all feeling it today. And it is vital that our people understand what we are dealing with. So much then, Mr. Speaker, for growth rates. Let us now take a look at public debt GDP ratios. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I want you to see page 115 of the Economic Social Review for 2022. Look at it, Mr. Speaker. Now, let us contrast and look at the ratios. Mr. Speaker, take your time. Write it down if you want, if you must. In 2012, Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio for St. Lucia was 61.1%. In 2013, it was 62.2%. In 2014, it was 60.7%. In 2015, it was 61.5%. And remember, Mr. Speaker, I am looking at page 115 of the Economic and Social Review. These are not figures I am inventing, Mr. Speaker. These are not myths, Mr. Speaker. These are raw figures. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio stood at 60.9%. 60.9%. Now these figures are fascinating, Mr. Speaker. And I pause to ask, who was the Minister of Finance in 2015, going into 2016? One. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is that when you look at the figure of 60.9%, St. Lucia had virtually satisfied the benchmark of the debt to GDP ratio of 60% set by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank set a benchmark of 60% for the debt to GDP ratio of its member countries. And when I left office in 2016, St. Lucia had basically achieved that benchmark of 60.9%. And I don't care whether they're saying it's because it was rebased or it was not rebased. The reality is that, yes, but the reality is that I handed over to the member from Migu South an economy that was strong, an economy that had returned to growth, and a debt profile that was accommodating, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, you know why? Because Hurricane Allen took over the reins of the Ministry of Finance. You destroyed it. That's why. That's why I'm telling you, you had that growth rate and you couldn't understand when we on this side drew your attention to the... I remember the arguments well. When we drew to your attention that the economy was decelerating, when we told you so, you know what the argument was? I remember the member, you remember the member for ancillary canneries? No, I will not say that word now. He went way back in time to develop a profile that we were disasters, but that's the reality. That's what they inherited. Now, let us turn to the former administration led by the member for Migu South. Listen to this. Good news. In 2017, the debt to GDP ratio was 58.8%. You shouting out rebase, you'll get in trouble, you know. Your fella, you don't hear, you know. Upadi Satima. He shouts, the member for Castries North says rebase. 2018, it climbs slightly, 59.4%. 2019, 60.3%. By 2020, with the onset of COVID, climbs to 98.1%. And then in 2021, we see a slight decline to 85.9%. But wait, we haven't even added, I suspect, the drawdowns yet for the Hiwanora International Airport. But leave that alone for the time being. Currently, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the debt GDP ratio stands at 69.8%, according to the pronouncements of the Minister of Finance and what is contained in this Economic and Social Review. Again, Mr. Speaker, I pause to say that the COVID pandemic took its toll. And no doubt the dramatic increase in the debt to GDP ratio in 2020 was not just the result of heavy borrowing, but also the shrinking of growth in the economy. So two things were occurring. We began to borrow heavily, ostensibly to finance the fallout from COVID, and all of us know what the money was used for and what it was not used for, and I leave that for the other members to explore. And at the same time, you also had the shrinking of growth in the economy, ballooning, of course, your debt to GDP ratio. But I want to make 2 points. 2 points. First, the figures show that debt under the SLP was decelerating. That's the reality. Debt under UWP, while initially declining, began accelerating, takeoff. The takeoff mode, as the member for Labrie would say, the aircraft is at the end of the runway. The engines are revving up in preparation for takeoff. That's what's happening. That's the management of the member for Micoud South. Secondly, debt GDP ratios change as growth changes. So as the economy returned to growth in 2022, the debt GDP ratios improved, and today is recorded at 69.8%. That explains why it is at 69.8%. Now, yes, let us take a look at the fiscal balances, the third criteria. Mr. Speaker, for your guidance and that of honorable members, I ask that you take a look at the Economic and Social Review at page 112. For ease of reference, I will only take one criterion, the overall balance. I will not go into the other balances. In 2021, the overall balance plunged to minus 112. Overall balance plunged to minus 12%, 12.2%. Again, the worst in the OECS. Why? I leave that question for the jury. Now, Mr. Speaker, against that background...
Member for Viewed South, you have 10 minutes left.
What are you saying, Mr. Speaker?
Exactly that.
I hate doing this, Mr. Speaker, but I think I'll want an hour for safety's sake. That journey, that drive is...
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210 to give the honourable member from Beaufort South an extra hour to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that we invoke Standing Order 3210 to allow the member for Beaufort South an additional 60 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put the question. As many as other opinions say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed, member.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I said that we were looking at page 112, Mr. Speaker. And let us see what the overall balance was for the respective administrations. The overall balance, the years of the St. Lucia Labour Party. In 2011 to 2012, it was minus 5.4. In 2012 to 13, it climbed to minus 7.5. Then it began to decline, 2013, 14, minus 4.8. 2014 to 15, minus 2.9. And in 2015, minus 2.2% of GDP. And the lesson here is that the member for Micoud South inherited one of the lowest fiscal balances ever recorded in St. Lucia since independence, minus 2.2%. That was the inheritance. And then, in 2016-17, minus 1.5. Climbs to minus 2 in 2017-18. Goes to 1.0 in 2018-19. minus 3.7 in 2019-20, and then plunges, of course, to minus 12.2 into 2021, to 2021, and of course in 21-22, minus 5%. Against that background, Mr. Speaker, let us then look at, if you like, the performance of the current administration and where they are at. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that the current administration is being judged solely on its tenure in 2 years. They haven't had 5 years yet. And we have already noted that the growth rate in 2021 was 12.2%, and in 2022 was a whopping 18.1%, and we have explained why the growth rates were at that level. We have already pointed out that the overall fiscal balances in 2021 was minus 12.2%. In 2021-22 is down to minus 5.5%. And in 2022-23, minus 1.5%. By any stretch of the imagination, no matter what the angle of analysis, this is a phenomenal achievement to have brought your overall balance down to minus 1.5% of GDP. And in 2021, the growth rate was 12.2%. As I said, climbing to 18.1% 22. This performance, as welcome as it is maybe, does not mean that we should rest on our laurels at all. Why? The authors of the Economic and Social Review make the point at page 11 that the real GDP growth rate of 18.1% results in a stock of real GDP being only 1.1% below pre-pandemic levels. So basically, what is happening is that we are catching up with pre-pandemic levels, but we are doing so at a dramatic rate. That's the point. That is the point. This means that we have retrieved the lost ground, and so the economy now returns to normal growth levels. And the performance of the various economic sectors underscores the optimism in the future. Look at the statistics. Strong performance in the tourism sector. Total visitor arrivals doubled from 301,675 to 736,955 in 2022. Stayover visitor expenditure is estimated to have increased by 86.4% to $2.84 billion in 2022. Value added in the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 11.4% in 22. Look at page 12 of the review. Real value in the agricultural sector is estimated to have recovered partially by 9.8% in 2022. Look at page 12 of the review. And despite the inflationary pressures, the performance in revenue generation signals that the economy is returning to pre-pandemic levels. According to the Economic and Social Review at page 41, available data indicate that total revenue and grants increased by 20.7% to $1,356.6 million, representing an estimated 21.2% of GDP. But there's another key criterion that has to be employed in making this comparison and this measurement. Before we're going to arrive at a conclusion, it is this: which political party is responsible for the greatest wastages that have occurred in our economy? Now, they will tell you I have my sins. They will tell you. First of all, they will shout, Rochamel, Rochamel. And you know, they will shout, Rochamel, Rochamel, Rochamel. They will shout that. Yes, my government guaranteed $14.5 million to save the Den Hotel. And today, the hundreds who are employed there, they'll shout that. They will shout that. The other one they'll shout about is Green Book, but we're reaching a point where we'll be able to talk about that. We ain't far from that. We're getting there. Because I've kept my silence over the years on that issue. But we're getting there, Mr. Speaker. We're getting there. Then, of course, they will tell you about cost overruns in the Beaufort Soufrière Road, the highway. And no matter how you know, Mr. Speaker, those cost overruns were transparent, measured by all and sundry. A commission of inquiry was even set up to investigate cost overruns and blah, 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 blah. You know the history of that. But consider the legacy of the former administration, some which have been itemized on previous debates in this House, and I'm only going to mention some. Look at the Lockerbie contract.
Oh my God.
31 million. And I am happy that the people of Beaufort rejected the turf that Lockerbie put elsewhere on other fields. At one time, the Beaufort South persons were adamant that no turf of that nature would be placed on its playing field in Beaufort. We have already explored the construction, the alternative hospital, the construction of the box. 118 million has gone, and God knows how much more is going to go into that box for the foreseeable future, but $118 million gone down the drain. Then, of course, the payment of the money to range. The Minister of Finance has already pointed out the cost overruns of, I believe, $40 million US on piles. Isn't it US? On piles for the new terminal building at Hiwanora. We have the payment of the US $7 million for COVID vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, then we have the $4.6 million. $4.6 million to Narayan for commissioning the OKU Hospital. As I said, there's a $7 million for radical investment, the Lockerbie $32 million, and who can ever forget the payment of $3 million to Ernest & Young for budget preparation? Who can ever forget those things? All attributable, and I'm not going to get personal and mention anything about hotel room and how much hotel room costs, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, see this man here? I used to get a lot of pressure from my cabinet, you know, Mr. Speaker. A lot of pressure. And I don't say this in any malice. I'll tell you this. There was a rule in my cabinet that all members travel economy class. If on the arrival at the airport of the Prime Minister that the airline wanted to upgrade the Prime Minister, they upgrade the Prime Minister. And I have often had the indignity. They would give me an upgrade from Hiwanora International Airport to my destination, but when you see I'm coming back, crap or smoke my pipe. Woe be unto me if I travel on British Airways.
Oh my God, yes.
Woe be. British Airways don't know anything about upgrade. But I would say that the other airline was a little kinder in that regard and often made sure that they provided I'm talking about Virgin. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I will also tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the members of my cabinet were furious that they had to travel in the economy, and they would tease when there were moments of levity in the cabinet how, and I'm not talking out of cabinet, they would tease how they would have to sit next to the toilets in the long flights. In the long flights. Yeah. I didn't have the luxury that the former member had. I never had credit card to use in my life. So when you look at all of this, what is the verdict do you draw? Do I have to spell out the verdict? Do you have to spell out the verdict? Surely the answer is pellucidly clear, absolutely clear. What more variation, what more argument do you want? The St. Lucia Labour Party has been beyond now the best manager of the St. Lucian economy by far. We have always been courageous and never resigned from taking the tough but right actions with the economy. People know my views on VAT. I made statements about VAT. I did not recoil when the day came and it had to be implemented. And my goodness, remember the blows that I took for it? That's what matters. You got to be courageous. And when the times come for you to make powerful and strong decisions for your country, you mustn't be afraid. You have to do it for your country because your country needs it. Now, having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, and having answered the question and responded to this political myth that the United Workers' Party is a better manager of the Indian economy, I want to look at the overall picture and share with honorable distinguished colleagues two concerns. I have identified two concerns, but in my view, none are insurmountable challenges. The first is the decline in construction activities. We are told in the Social and Economic Review at page 13 that real value added in the construction sector is estimated to have declined in 2022 by 12.6% due to reduced activity in both the public and private sectors, partly influenced by additional price increases and periodic shortages of imported materials. I do not accept that these are all or the most plausible explanations for this decline. I think that the authors of the Economic and Social Review were rather conservative in the explanations that they offered. But I am confident that with the planned program of works announced in this budgetary cycle, that construction will retain and resume its buoyancy in due course. Investment in construction is always the easiest and quickest way to excite growth and at the same time to bring peace and comfort in your community and your country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? What this is showing is that the really important thing is that there is room in the economy for expansion and for investment. And so financing construction is key to nudging growth in the short term. But I want to urge the administration to keep a close eye on the public sector, because the public sector will have to play a part for this to happen, to excite increased construction activity. We should not deny construction activity because we want to reduce expenditure on the capital balances to ensure that the fiscal balances appear to be maintained. The reality is that since your economy is returning to normal growth, you need to grow that economy, and then you need movement in construction to let that economy grow in the short term. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. As I said, Mr. Speaker, the government will have to watch the public sector very closely. Projects like the Cultural Center and the Administrative Center for Viewfort must not suffer the same fate as the last time and left to the closing days of the parliamentary term. I expect my administrative complex and cultural center to be built in quick time, because really you must be talking about $80 million in the economy. Yeah, quite easily. It was 60 million pre-COVID. Now understand that after COVID it will necessarily grow. My second area of concern is the banking sector. Now, I had thought that a member for Sozel Solivas would have lectured us a little bit on the banking sector. Right. Now, I don't know about your meeting about banking sector. I'm concerned with what is written in this Economic and Social Report. According to the Economic and Social Review at page 15, Mr. Speaker, the financial sector remained stable in 2020, and in line with the economic rebound, there was increased commercial lending to the wholesale and retail sector, for land and infrastructure development and for real estate purposes, unquote. The review says liquidity remains high. Credit to the private sector grew marginally by 1.6% in 2022. Banks are lending, therefore, with greater confidence, albeit tepidly. Mr. Speaker, these are welcome indicators. All good news. Good news indeed. However, there are some cautionary notes that we must take heed. 3 may be noted. The first is the disclosure that high levels of liquidity are prompting banks to continue to invest abroad. While this has happened in the past and this is nothing new, its continuation in these terms is bound to be concerning. Because really that money should be diverted to this domestic economy at this time. Because the banks have a shared interest with the government of St. Lucia to see that the economy grows. They are vital to the growth in this economy. The second is the fact that despite the apparent increase in deposits, credit growth remained tepid, thus leading to a buildup of excess liquidity in the system. The review puts it this way, and I'm quoting from the review, Mr. Speaker. Quote, deposits continued to trend upward in the commercial banking system and credit growth remained tepid due to structural impediments which influence cautious lending policies, leading to a further buildup of excess liquidity. So, the reality is, even though people suffered immeasurably during COVID, even though we had to face moratoria for our loans, but the counter to that was that liquidity was in fact building up in the banking system to the point that we now have excess liquidity and the banks are exporting money to invest abroad. That's the reality of all of this. The second cautionary note is, the third cautionary note is this, quote, bank asset liquidity deteriorated as the non-performing loan ratio rose further from 13.8% in December 2021 to 14.2% in December 22. Now this cannot be alarming. It cannot be alarming, Mr. Speaker, for the very simple reason that with the onset of COVID and the adjustments during COVID, this was almost inevitable. However, the authors of the review do not, unfortunately, identify these so-called structural impediments. But I suspect we know what they're trying to refer to. We all know that these impediments include the legal challenges of dealing with toxic loans and assets. I suspect, Attorney General, that's what they're talking about. I say this, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the time has come to deal with the issue of toxic assets within the banking system, and the government needs to be facilitated by creating a more accommodating legal framework to allow banks greater flexibility in dealing with distressed loans. And I'm not suggesting the ECCB model, because that model is totally irrelevant to our needs and purposes and should be discarded at the earliest opportunity. Tell the central bank I said so, if you have doubts. Too many homes are empty, seized by banks and remain in their possession distressed. Mr. Speaker, when I drive through Cedar Heights in Beaufort, I am shocked by the number of homes that are just closed, empty, deteriorating. Why? They're distressed assets from toxic loans. And what do? They cast a huge shadow over the community. It's a serious issue. We need to go further and allow banks more flexibility in selling those assets, as happened when Ascendancy Limited purchased toxic loans from the Bank of Nova Scotia before its hurried departure from our shores after years of goodwill and loyalty. And nobody likes me to talk about the Canadian banks and how they treated the people of St. Lucia. So I rather use the diplomatic language that I use, Mr. Speaker, and say, after their hurried departure from our shores after years of goodwill and loyalty, maybe that would bring across the point a little more delicately and will not cause any undue anxiety on the part of those who send me messages after I make those statements. The appearance of ascendancy on the market, Mr. Speaker, has in some instances allowed some refinancing of distressed loans. And this is what the banks refuse to do: engage previously loyal customers to restructure their loans, to refinance their loans, and perhaps what we need to do is to create a legal framework and a legal environment that allows the introduction of new entities to handle some of these toxic loans. As I maintain, Mr. Speaker, banks must be encouraged to do more by way of refinancing distressed loans. But to all of this, there must be one overriding caveat. The time has come to protect consumers of banking services. Self-regulation by banks cannot and do not do the work. Not anymore. We cannot rely on the banks to self-regulate themselves in the interest of consumers. They will simply not do it. All they're interested in is new legislation for credit risk, so that it makes it easier for them to approve or disapprove a loan application. There continue to be serious issues about how customers are treated by these banks. I have raised this before. Consumers cannot look to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank to provide protection. There's too much of a history there. I have championed a legislative framework that clearly specifies the rights and the entitlements of consumers. This framework could make provision for the appointment of what I describe as a banking ombudsman to hear and determine complaints by consumers. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be right or acceptable for banks simply to ignore complaints by consumers, even when those complaints come from lawyers, compelling lawyers to turn to the courts for redress. That should not happen. But yet, it is a frequent occurrence in the banking sector. But these are areas of concern that I have selected from this social and economic review because I think we need to think about it. But I'll say this to you, Mr. Speaker. No matter what criticisms may be leveled at this budget by its detractors, there can be no question that this is a budget with a soul. It has a soul. Consider, Mr. Speaker, the following. Extension of the tax amnesty for another year. Waiver of all penalties, interest, and fines if taxes are paid by May 1st, 2024. No withholding tax on payments on contracts $10,000 and below. I might have wanted to increase that to $15,000 and below. PV components to be zero rated for value-added tax. The cost of installing a PV system will be allowed as an income tax deductible expense. Rebate of $1 per gallon on fuel for registered fishers. Promise kept. One-off payment of $600 for government pensioners. Increase in the one-time allowance to teachers to purchase teaching materials from $600 to $1,100, and increase of $500. And how well I remember that one-off payment. I must say there's a lot of generosity. A lot of generosity. Where's the Minister of Education? He must have prevailed for this increase to have obtained. But that is an interesting increase. Removal of 12.5% VAT on specified building materials for a period of 2 years. And I must welcome this because the former administration that I led did the same thing. And what colorful stories emerged from that episode. A lot of colorful stories, but certainly welcome. An extension of duty rebate on vehicles to customs and correctional officers for 1 year. When these benefits are considered, alongside the benefits itemized by the Minister of Finance at pages 8 and 9 of his budget presentation, which I shall not review at this time, Speaker, then I have to say that while this continued generosity is commendable, unprecedented, and perhaps necessary in these times, the question could well be asked whether we are not deepening and entrenching this culture of dependency in our society. That's the thing that worries me. It is that philosophical outcome. It is worrying me, Mr. Speaker. But let us leave that for the political sociologists to consider and debate another time. So, Mr. Speaker, with all this generosity, how can one take umbrage by the decision to impose, quote, a health and security levy of 2.5% on goods and services except on food items, medicines, selected building materials, building equipment and security equipment, increase the excise tax on tobacco, a known killer, by 50%? Why should the opposition want to make that an issue and go back to the old political myth? You see why I spoke about political myths? That the Labour government is a taxing government. That's the myth. And I'm sorry I didn't deal with that particular myth upwards in this presentation, the so-called taxing government. But we'll come to that, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the shame of the poor quality of our health services need to be resolved once and for all. We carry a shame in this country because of our poor health services, and no offense meant to the minister and his staff, because he is trying exceedingly hard, but the reality is that we do not have a health service that we can be proud of, and we must correct this mistake. We cannot continue, Mr. Speaker, to beg other countries to pay for health services for our people. When will the trek to Martinique and the trek to Cuba and the trek to Barbados and the trek to Trinidad end for our citizens? And our citizens need to understand someone has to pay for health care. If you want it, you have to invest in it. The poor people of our country cannot continue to suffer the indignity of access to health care simply because they cannot afford it. We have to bring an end to it. Mr. Speaker, you know as well as I know that this cost of health care has skyrocketed. Mr. Speaker, understand that there are medications costing $200, even $500 for one tablet to treat certain medical conditions, Mr. Speaker. And further, it is impossible for politicians to be financiers of health care for their constituents. Nobody in this House has the capacity to do so. But of course, if any of you have secrets that I don't know about, share it with me. Tell me how I can cope with it. Tell me how I can cope with it.
The secret is the group.
That cannot be right. But we all know what the problem is. True, we have the issues of personnel and management in the health services, but the fundamental problem has always been availability of resources. That has been the issue in health. We have the doctors, we have the nurses, we have the facilities. The problem is that we cannot finance our health care. That's the crux of the problem. Make no mistake about it. A levy of 2.5% will not cure all of our problems, but it is a start, an important start, and the government deserves and needs support for it. Tell the opposition, wear blindfold and support it.
That's right. They don't need no.
Tell them stop squandering the health of the people of this nation. When VAT was reduced by 2.5% by the former government, it dealt a severe blow to revenue generation to support the delivery of key government services, including health. That was the effect of that. They were busy beating themselves on the chest. We reduced VAT. Mind you, they had promised, Mr. Speaker, to abolish VAT and talked about sales tax. But they reduced it by 2.5%. To this day, nobody felt the impact of the reduction by 2.5%. If anything, mass increased the prices in the supermarkets. They couldn't even defend it. And mind you, they had more influence on mass, I suspect, than we did at the time, but who knows?
stay alive.
They used to say 5 to stay alive, but I used to say 5 to die dead. Remember that famous phrase, I die dead? That's my dear friend. My dear friend. But I used to say 5 to die dead. And when we reduced VAT, what did we do? We simply replaced this loss of revenue by more borrowing. Mr. Speaker, this cannot continue. Let us face the problem and deal with it. I have only one rider, Mr. Speaker, one consideration. My only issue, Mr. Speaker, is that consideration should be given to creating a dedicated mechanism to manage the revenue generated to service health costs. I am certainly not proposing another lockbox mechanism. I don't even want to hear that word. Perhaps we can create a medical investment board, an MIB, so that St. Lucians can be satisfied that the revenue generated by this levy is used for the purpose that is intended and for their benefit. And I believe that this is something that should be considered. Let us create a medical investment board that the consolidated fund, the Accountant General, is directed that every dollar that is raised by this levy goes straight into that board. I don't know, the Minister of Finance in his wisdom attached security, but maybe that needs rationalization. To be honest with you, I would much have preferred just a health levy on its own, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not bothering to go there. All I'm saying is that if we can prove to St. Lucians that this dedicated levy is for their good and welfare, for their health, for the country as a whole, then I am sure that their justification will be even greater. Now, Mr. Speaker, the good news is that I am descending and getting ready to land. I have circulated, Mr. Speaker, and now I am descending to my correct level. And Mr. Speaker, I have always been a co-pilot, in the cabin of the member for Library South, and of course he speaks often of his final approach. So, Mr. Speaker, in my final approach, I want to consider some things in my constituency. But let me start on perhaps a note of some disappointment. Some took umbrage at my comments when we debated the estimates of revenue and expenditure in the defense and protection of my constituents, and even had the temerity to say that they wondered aloud whether I was never the Prime Minister of this country to do what I am now asking the government to do for Beaufort South. I'm not going to name names or identify individuals who made those comments. They know themselves and they hear me loud and clear. And those, of course, who supported them in making those statements. Well, you know, I too wondered aloud whether these individuals were not aware that an administrative center whose construction was started by the government which I led was deliberately stopped and cancelled by the former government. So what are you talking about? I wondered too whether I failed to remember that on 2 occasions in 2011 and 2016, in 2006 and 2016, work had commenced to grant ownership of the lands of Bruceville to the people of Bruceville, only to be stopped and shelved by the incoming UW administration. So some of the things I asked for is nothing new. The difference being I asked it from the back benches. That's the difference. I will make it absolutely clear that I will defend, protect, and advance the interests of my constituency, no matter how much discomfort my comments may cause. As a member for Castries East often used to say on the political platform, put that in your pipe and smoke it. My constituents deserve no less. They have supported me for 25 years, like they have supported the member for Castries East. Every single parliamentarian in this house speak for his or her constituency, why should it be different from me because I happen to be an ex-prime minister? And when I spoke at the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure, I set out the agenda for my constituency. I said then that in any debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure, a parliamentary backbencher has 3 bites at the cherry to plead for his constituency. The first is to identify programs for his or her constituency in the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented. The second bite occurs when the ministers speak and address plans, hopefully for the members' constituency, so you listen to them. And the third comes with the budgetary statement itself. And I said I will await the icing on the cake. And Mr. Speaker, I have not been disappointed. I have seen the icing on the cake. And the Minister of Finance deserves thanks and commendation. He listened, he understood, he delivered. I can do no better than repeat what the Minister of Finance has announced for Beaufort South at page 34 of his presentation. I do so because I have a few comments. 1. Identification of available land for resettlement. 2. Dialogue with the owners of land in the town of Beaufort to empower home ownership. 3. Enactment of legislation to convert Proud into a statutory corporation in which land will be vested. 4. Psychosocial support for residents to deal with trauma, urge social recovery, and enhance economic well-being. In this regard, the government will work closely with the NGO community. 5. The establishment of information desks by specified ministries to provide help and guidance to citizens to access government services. For example, the Ministry of Commerce will establish a presence to assist citizens to access small business loans. 6. Special economic educational and sports programs for at-risk groups. 7. Construction of an administrative complex and a cultural center for the people of Beaufort and the South within the term. This will fulfill a promise made to the people of Beaufort during the 2021 campaign. End of quote. I want to just say, Mr. Speaker, some of these proposals require explanations or amplification. First is the land issue in the town of Beaufort. Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to be misunderstood because you know how easy it is to be misunderstood. Mr. Speaker, the intent here is not something. I have always said that Beaufortians, the people of Beaufort, do not own their community. They don't have assets in land. They don't own the land. Most of them are renting or squatting on land that don't belong to them in the town. The principal landlords, it's the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, and 1 or 2 private persons in the man. What this is proposing is really a discussion with the churches to say to them, to ask them to consider whether, if they wish, they are willing to sell those lands to the state. Not for the state to take over lands. The state will not take over any lands. But if they want to sell those lands to the state, and the state will then rationalize the lands and make it available to the residents of Beaufort. This is what it is all about. And so, I'm hoping that in the coming weeks there'll be some engagement. If the churches say, no, that's the end of the matter, that goes no further, it dies there. The second is the construction of an administrative and cultural center for the people of Beaufort. I can assure this Honorable House that the people of Beaufort welcome the announcement, particularly not just of the administrative center, but of the cultural center. This has been a dream for years. For years, our artists in the South deserve a home. No Calypso tent has produced as many kings and queens as the South Calypso tent, and this year the same will happen. Our Calypsonians need a home. This discrimination has to end. This allocation of all the facilities in the North has to end. The member for Labrie has an HRDC. I remember it was constructed during my tenure, but Beaufort can't even shout about HRDC. Every little community has an HRDC. I said to the Minister of Finance, make haste, let the plans, build the cultural center. There must be no delay on that matter. But, Mr. Speaker, I am descending rapidly. I know that the roads of Beaufort South were not mentioned by the Minister of Finance. The residents of Cantonment, La Ressource and Cedar Heights have understandably expressed their disappointment to me. Last Wednesday was rough in my constituency. But I believe that their pleas are not in vain and have been heard. I believe that some attention will be given to these roads this financial year. Mr. Speaker, I have noted carefully the proposed social interventions in Beaufort South in the wake of the killings announced by the Minister of Finance. These days, there are many actors in Beaufort South. I thank all. I appreciate the presence of all of them. I have malice towards none. But it seems to me that to avoid duplication, uncertainty, and chaos on the ground, it is absolutely vital to convene as a first step a meeting of all the NGOs who are likely to be involved in the community in the days ahead. Roles and responsibilities must be defined and allocated. I want no surprises in my constituency. I don't want anybody whom I don't know working in my constituency. So it is important that all are coming to that. That is just before landing. I'm coming to that. I think it is vital, Mr. Speaker, absolutely vital, Mr. Speaker, that a meeting of all these NGOs be convened at the soonest. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before I leave my constituency and close, let me touch on the issue of the Beaufort port. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the following statement of the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance at pages 50 to 51 of his budgetary statement. Quote, I can assure St. Lucians that there is no agreement to exclude cruise port development in Beaufort. In fact, we are currently discussing various options for the development of cruise tourism in Beaufort, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this statement puts to the lie the statement of the member for Micoud South, and I'm sorry he's not there, that there was an agreement between Global Ports Holding and the government of St. Lucia that its investment in Port Castries and Soufrière was to the exclusion of any port development in Beaufort South. I wish I could explain to honorable members what I endured and suffered after that statement by the member for Micoud South. Everybody in Beaufort South wanted to find out how is it that I could have allowed a government of which I am a backbencher to sign an agreement that excludes port development in Beaufort. I mean, I even called the Minister of Tourism about this matter. I was so concerned that I was, and I told him he had to issue a statement, or he suggested to me I had to issue a statement. I don't know if he took it seriously, but it was a serious matter. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has made it absolutely clear that is not the case. As I said, the statement was even more egregious, and I'm referring to the statement of the member for Micoud South, because it was alleged that as parliamentary representative, I allowed this to happen without a whiff of protest. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first sin of the member of Micoud South in my constituency. The members' sins in Beaufort are legendary. There are many. And I'm not even going to engage in too many specifics. We all know that lands in Beaufort was given away literally for next to nothing to Tiwa King for his fanciful development. We all know that. Bossejou Farm is no more. The meat processing plant no longer exists. The abattoir is gone. We spend millions to transport garbage from Beaufort to Deglo. Incinerators were imported, and none of them were in use at millions. And I forgot to include that in my statement on wastage. The lives of the cattle farmers of Beaufort were destroyed. Never again will Beaufort be the chief supplier of cattle to Bexar and to Mark. Never again. Never ever again. The lives were destroyed. We have had to contend in Beaufort with the fiasco of St. Jude. And only recently, Mr. Speaker, during the members' walkabout in Beaufort with one shine, he was reminded by the young men of Bruceville that his actions destroyed their horse racing interests and activities. I was not around. And you know, pictures on their own can tell quite a story, because you see all little youths gather around and this one head touching and so on. You know what I mean? And so on. All these things happening, Mr. Speaker. I find that rough. Yes, Mr. Speaker. All these things happen, but there's also a danger in this, because they record you. And you heard a young man saying to the member for Migu South, but you stopped our horse racing, which Kenny Anthony had started for us and had done every year. But yes, but Mr. Speaker, I want you to hear this. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and this explains some of the current difficulty and trauma that I have. If these young men had been allowed to continue horse racing, the one interest of many of them, because that was their sole interest, they may have stayed away from the gangs that have inflicted so much pain and trauma on the people of the force. Now I don't know if I can touch them. We are trying hard, Mr. Speaker, to see if we can encourage Slasper just to let us use a little piece of land, a little bit of horse racing, to bring some relief to these young men, to begin at least to say to them that there are people who care for them. And that's the trauma of Beaufort. They feel people don't care, others don't care. That's the reality. But come to think of it, Mr. Speaker, the time has come to place the ownership of what remains of the horse racing track, which the member for Migu South once said will never return a profit, in the hands of the government and people of St. Lucia by negotiation or otherwise. It is time that that horse racing track be handed over to St. Lucians, and if Theo King has any decency, he'll say, "Took." He'd say, "No, sorry, let me put it this way. I'm not going to put it in the past tense." He would say, "Take, look it belongs to you, you run it." Point, Alepi. I would even help him with the Creole, Mr. Speaker. And maybe the member for Miku South should do the people of St. Lucia service and tell Theo King, give the horse racing track back to the people of St. Lucia and finish with that. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. If the member for Migu South cannot produce irrefutable proof of his allegation about the port in Beaufort South, then given the damage that it has caused to me in my constituency, he should apologize to me in person and in public, and to the people of Beaufort South. The honorable member, Mr. Speaker, has inflicted enough pain and damage on the people of Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I have nothing further to add.
The member for Labrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe it was Socrates who said, and I quote, "The highest realms of thought are impossible to reach without first attaining an understanding of compassion," unquote. Mr. Speaker, you need no convincing whatsoever that this 2023-2024 appropriation bill is pregnant with compassion. And of course that the member for Labri Oje gives unbridled support to the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, after the Prime Minister delivered his address on Tuesday evening, in certain parts of this country, from one end of this country to the next, there was celebration. So the J really and truly is jubilation. Because this appropriation bill is also jam-packed with goodies for the people of this country. Another J, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party and Prime Minister came from a party of bread, justice and freedom. And the J for justice has been introduced in the pages of the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, this appropriation bill has all the elements of an excellent budget. Because as the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance's budgetary policy statement enunciates a comprehensive set of policies, programs and plans to overcome the financial, economic, social and environmental challenges required to develop a dynamic, innovative, inclusive, competitive and sustainable economy to meet the needs of the current and future generations of St. Lucians. And this budget obviously can be described as one pregnant with policies that gel together. Another J, Mr. Speaker. You have a man who's judicious in dealing with the business of this country, Mr. Speaker. Another J. And of course, the last one yesterday that my colleagues talked about was jobs. Another J. Now, when a man has presented such a budget, what do you expect from the opposition? They must be jealous. They are jittery. They are jumpy. They are jaded. Mr. Speaker, obviously, do not expect them to greet this appropriation bill with music and flowers. Their value system, very different to ours. We have always been a government of compassion. A party which believes in giving bread, justice and freedom to the people of this country, irrespective of their political allegiance. Because the Prime Minister knows that he needs to put this economy back on track. Because what we can deliver will always be a function of the economic and financial health of the country. It's just like a home. A father is employed, getting $5,000 a month, taking care of his kids. He can do so much. If he loses his job, Mr. Speaker, and then the children cannot understand that and they continue to demand what he cannot afford, that's something else. Because the people of this country were coming from a period of COVID where in excess of $300 million being given for income support, and they were gasping for air. and they were sucking salt during that particular period. Whilst the FFF empire got fat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia economy has over the past 20 years registered long-run average growth of below 2% and has been plagued by a number of interrelated and interlocking factors, including persistent fiscal deficit and high debt, stubborn and persistent structural rigidities in the economy, Mr. Speaker. Major contributors to this development has been the diminishing importance of the banana industry, weak competitiveness, low productivity, and an overdependence on the tourism sector. These interrelated factors, Mr. Speaker, have been significantly exacerbated by external shocks, including frequent and major fluctuations in energy prices, other external shocks including financial crisis, and more recently the COVID pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war, not to mention the planet's greatest existential threat, climate change. The challenges facing the St. Lucia economy, Mr. Speaker, while by no means insurmountable, are quite complex. Hence, these challenges, Mr. Speaker, require careful diagnosis and the crafting of evidence-based policies grounded in solid analytical and research work. The policies contained in this budget, Mr. Speaker, have been carefully calibrated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to address these ongoing challenges, and we are already seeing the benefits from the successful delivery of some of our policies. We unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, have had to manage an economy that was broken, mismanaged, and misdirected. An unfortunate legacy bequeathed to us by the former administration led by the leader of the opposition, masquerading as Faye Jewi Tooth in this honorable house and the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, we continue to hear the opposition peddling untruths, indicating that they left behind a sunk platform for our government. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, is further from the truth, Deputy Speaker, as I will now clearly demonstrate. They practice the trickle-down economics, which all over the world has been a palpable failure, Mr. Speaker. How can an approach that plunged the economy of this country before COVID in 2019 in a precipice, how could such body of policies provide any type of explanation for the magic in the economy today? How can you use that to predict with certainty that the economy would grow, Mr. Speaker? The last report card of the former administration was issued by the International Monetary Fund through its 2022 Article 4 consultation. I think we can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that the IMF, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the IMF is an independent arbiter. For the benefit of honorable members, Mr. Speaker, the 2022 IMF Article 4 report can be accessed on the website. In this regard, I now turn to the subject of economic policy, and I wish to first deal with economic growth, Mr. Speaker. This is what the IMF had to say about the projected growth of St. Lucia, and I quote, "Output is projected to gradually recover to the pre-pandemic levels by 2024. Slowed by the impacts of the war in Ukraine and the tightening of global financial conditions," unquote. The reference for this is page 8 of the IMF report, Mr. Speaker. I recall, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition being very boastful about St. Lucia's economic growth performance of 12.2% in 2021, suggesting as if this was some kind of economic miracle. Mr. Speaker, he portrayed himself as a wizard waving a magic wand to cause this growth performance. What the leader of the opposition failed to say was that the context in which the growth of 12.2% was realized was a massive contraction of 24.4% in 2020, which of course that level of contraction was largely his doing. Our report card to date, Mr. Speaker, is contained in the 2022 Economic and Social Review. St. Lucia's growth performance was by far the best in the OECS and second only to Guyana in CARICOM. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, we all know it's because Guyana discovered oil. Now, if we still had our coconut oil, we're growing even better, you know, Mr. Speaker. But that's for another show. So as I indicated, only Guyana in CARICOM, Mr. Speaker. And you heard right, we grew by 18.1%. This growth performance exceeded the 12.2% in 2021 and was far higher than the ECCU average of 8.9%. The growth rates of other countries in the ECCU are as follows: Antigua and Barbuda, 8.5%, Dominica, 5.9%, Grenada, 5.9%, St. Kitts Nevis, 7.7%, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 5%. We were the only country in the ECCU to record double-digit growth, Mr. Speaker. The chorus of propaganda being disseminated by the opposition has now been totally and utterly refuted and discredited by the data presented by the Statistics Department. The reference for this data, Mr. Speaker, is page 10 of the Economic and Social Review. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this impressive growth rate was achieved despite recording a contraction of 12.6% in the construction sector, and was broad-based led by tourism with growth of 58.5%, 9.8% in agriculture, 11.4% in manufacturing, 19.3% in transport and storage, and 33.7% in communication and information services. The reference for these growth rates, Mr. Speaker, is page 91 of the Economic and Social Review. Mr. Speaker, this performance is even more impressive because the IMF predicted that we would recover to pre-COVID levels of GDP by 2024. We have, for all practical purposes, attained pre-COVID levels in 2022. In fact, we are only below the pre-COVID level by 1.1%. This government continues to defy expectations, Mr. Speaker, and to beat all forecasts that were originally predicted by the IMF. Barring any major external shocks, natural disasters, and black swan events, we are poised to surpassing the level of real GDP of 2019 in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul Saltibus, where has he disappeared to, should take note that the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, passed a budget for fiscal year 2022-2023, which coincided with the laudable performance of the economy during that period. Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul Saltibus should be reminded that we continued the implementation of the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, which ended on March 31st, 2022. It is therefore bad news, Mr. Speaker, for the member for Choiseul Saltibus to give credit to the former administration for the economic performance in 2022. One of the major challenges faced by the government is the extremely weak fiscal position inherited by the former government. The IMF report states on page 6, and I quote, "The public balance sheet remains under significant strain. Slow revenue recovery and pandemic-related spending, including front-loading capital projects to support the economy, led to a budget deficit of 6.5% of GDP in financial year 2021. Despite strong external support from international development partners and limited redemptions from regional security-based financing, the government's high financing needs over 2020-2021 resulted in significant cash constraints and buildup of overdrafts and arrears of about 4.3% of GDP in financial year 2021. Public debt rose significantly from just above 60 in financial year 2019 to 96.9% of GDP in financial year 2020, and then remain elevated at 92.2% of GDP in the fiscal year 2021, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is what the IMF had to say about the leader of the opposition's fiscal policies. His policies, Mr. Speaker, led to the largest buildup of public debt in the OECS, rocketing from 60% in fiscal year 2019 to 96.9% in fiscal year 2020, and remain elevated in the fiscal year 2021. This is despite, Mr. Speaker, receiving substantial external support from the international development partners. In its quest to win the general election, the former UWP administration sought to front-load capital projects, many of which were being conceptualized during the process of project execution, illustrating not only the worst practice in project management, but poor governance, as these projects were hurriedly approved by direct award by the leader of the opposition. These projects included the notorious Rodney Bay 4-lane project, for which the member for Kaswis North has disclosed in this honorable house, and no designs, Mr. Speaker, and no designs, nor were there any studies done beforehand to show how this supposedly 4-lane highway would contribute to relieving traffic congestion. These types of scandalous, wasteful projects are a major drain on the public purse. This highway, I believe, may have cost around $20 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Money which could have been put to far greater use for the benefit of the citizens of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the former administration engaged in a litany of such wasteful, massively overpriced and inefficient projects, the majority of which were granted by direct awards. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker or Speaker, the same thing. Led by the extremely competent and principled member for Kaswis East, has managed the scarce resources of the state in a manner that ensures economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, so that the people of St. Lucia will benefit. And this is what compassion is all about. When you use compassion as a ready compass in which to set your course, you are going to deliver bread, justice, and freedom to the people of this country. And God Almighty will give you the courage, wisdom, foresight, and vision to do what you must do. Not only to take our country to a new level of development, but also moving into the next general elections with unanimous acclamation, return the member for Kaswis East to the levers of power. We will not engage in wasteful projects like DSH and the associated unnecessary construction of a new road, closing down Boseju Agricultural Station, as well as the Viewfort landfill, Lockerbie's playing fields, and will certainly not engage in throwing away money to buy vaccines from a company that is not involved in pharmaceuticals. Our policies, Mr. Speaker, are to ensure economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of government expenditures, to ensure that these expenditures have the largest impact on growth and development, and more importantly, benefit the people of St. Lucia. More broadly, Mr. Speaker, the former government engaged in reckless fiscal policy, increasing overdrafts and payables to unsustainable levels. Mr. Speaker, the IMF pronounced a bleak, stark, and gloomy outlook had we continue with the failed policies of the former UWP government. This is what the IMF said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The fiscal outlook presents significant challenges due to high public debt and large refinancing needs. Assuming no policy changes, Public debt is projected to stabilize at a high level, near 90% of GDP in the medium term. Unquote. The reference for this is page 8 of the IMF Article 4 report, Mr. Speaker. The UWP government's legacy, Mr. Speaker, was to leave us with the current policies, resulting in public debt stabilizing at 90% of GDP in the medium term. When I read this, Mr. Speaker or Deputy Speaker, I was flabbergasted. As a public debt to GDP of 90% in the medium term was clearly put in St. Lucia on a steep fiscal cliff, which would seriously jeopardize our prospects for economic growth and development. At this juncture, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I need to respond to an ill-conceived and illogical statement made by the member for Choiseul-Saltibus. I'm happy that he's back. He stated that we argued that the loans that were contracted during the COVID pandemic were irresponsible loans. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Choiseul-Saltibus needs to be enlightened. What we questioned was not the irresponsibility of the loans, but the utilization of those loans which were disbursed to benefit a select few in the country. We questioned the utilization of these loan funds which were being disbursed to the FFF with little benefit to the people who at the time were suffering and not benefiting from these funds, which were intended to provide relief to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we have again defied the IMF's forecast, which I must repeat were based on the former administration's policies. The record on the public debt showed that our government, led by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, a competent and astute economist, has taken the public debt to GDP down the steep fiscal cliff of 85.9% in 2021 to a plateau of 69.8% in 2022. This performance is outstanding, Mr. Speaker, by any measure. Our public debt to GDP ratio has fallen by a record 16.1%. This again represents the steepest decline in the ECCU countries and compares favorably with the ECCU average of 75.5% of GDP. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, our debt service to current revenue, which shows how much of our revenue is used to pay our debt, fell from 29.3% to 24.5%. This performance is even more impressive, Mr. Speaker, when one considers that we were confronted with strong headwinds from the external environment, including higher oil prices, higher inflation, and higher interest rates. So it was not just COVID, Mr. Speaker. It was higher oil prices, higher inflation, and higher interest rates. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a leader with a clear and practical understanding of economics and finance. This goes to show, Mr. Speaker, that we have a Minister of Finance who is a competent, responsible, and astute policy practitioner who understands how to carefully balance the goals of fiscal discipline with sustainable, inclusive, and efficient growth. Our fiscal policies, Mr. Speaker, have been geared to providing relief to the lower income groups who have been most disadvantaged by the current external economic environment. The restructuring of the income tax regime, which takes effect this year, will result in an additional 15,000 people paying no income taxes and will help support these individuals in coping with the increase in the cost of living. Pregnant with compassion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will not engage in irresponsible fiscal policy that are disjointed, ad hoc, and irresponsible, like the reduction of the value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%, resulting in massive hemorrhaging of our revenues, estimated at $60 million per annum, with little or no benefit to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, when the member for Vieux South introduced VAT, a number of items were zero rated or exempted. So whether you take VAT from 20% to 0%, they are already at zero, Mr. Speaker. And so it was just trying to befog the sound common sense of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policies practiced by our government will continue to be responsible, disciplined, and geared to recreating fiscal space, which sadly became a black hole with the policies of the last administration. Mr. Speaker, so that we can provide more resources for critical public services, including national security, health, and education. We will not, however, rest, Mr. Speaker, as there is much work to be done, as we need to forge ahead to fully restructure the economy of St. Lucia, improving productivity, competitiveness, and dynamism, and providing the necessary social and human resources to improve the lives of the people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that when we got into office last year, the year before last, we had a mess in the economy. The member for Castries East did not practice austerity because we found people suffering in this country. He delivered the largest budget in the history of this country, and yet still was able to balance the clutch and the gas, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have this impressive performance whilst delivering to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have started the journey of addressing the major fundamental challenges affecting St. Lucia. We will not pay lip service like the former administration who wanted to build a new St. Lucia by forgetting the old St. Lucia and implementing what I have called fast food policies that were grounded in political expediency, poor governance, and unnecessary extravagance. The Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has articulated his investment priorities in this year's budget estimates. And in his budgetary policy statement, I am sure all of us in this Honorable House will be happy to hear that the St. Jude project has recommenced. Our government, after reviewing all of the options based on technical and financial considerations, took a reasoned decision to complete the original St. Jude project. Mr. Speaker, we did not do like the former government, which commissioned a $1 million technical audit and then decided to ignore the recommendations and commence the construction of a new building without any basis, and which to date has cost the taxpayer in excess of $118 million and requires almost as much as that amount to complete it. This, Mr. Speaker, is a total waste of resources, money which could have been used elsewhere to develop the country. Mr. Speaker, our government has also reviewed the options for the airport project in terms of size, scope, and cost, and will take cost control measures to reduce the significant cost overruns that have already been incurred on this project. These two major projects, when completed, Mr. Speaker, will contribute significantly to the development of the south of the island. We need to be reminded, Mr. Speaker, that both projects would have been completed had we remained in office in 2016 to 2021. However, the former administration decided, based on fallacious reasoning, to pursue different approaches, costing the taxpayers millions of dollars in excess of the original project cost. Our government will continue to pursue a well-developed public sector investment program that is consistent with our development goals as expressed in our manifesto, and to continue to ensure that the citizens of this country get the best value for money. Our government understands the need to develop a vibrant private sector, and we will put in place the enabling environment to stimulate both foreign and local private investment in this country. We will, to the extent possible, remove the impediments constraining private sector investment. We will also honor agreements made with prospective investors, unlike again the former administration, which reneged on the agreement with Range and was forced to pay millions of valuable taxpayers' dollars as compensation to Range. It is well known, Mr. Speaker, that the major source of growth and dynamism in the private sector is the micro, small and medium enterprises sector, or the MSME sector as it is known. The sector has tremendous potential for creating jobs and opportunities for existing and new businesses. We are going to continue to carry out a sustained assault on unemployment by having the people of this country to be active participants in the development of the country. Our government will continue to provide support for this sector, and in this regard, the government recently implemented a new MSME facility which will be managed by the Ministry of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs, and the St. Lucia Development Bank will be the disbursement agency. This is an EC $10 million loan facility aimed at providing post-COVID pandemic relief to registered MSMEs. It is a 70% grant and 40% loan funding with a concessionary interest rate of 3% per annum. It is the intention of our government to continue to provide support to this very important sector. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the results from that will not be a product of spontaneous combustion. It will take time. It has a certain gestation period before it gives birth to result. But I know at some point in the future, I know that over the next 8 years, as Prime Minister of this country, the member for Castries East will take us to the promised land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to address, as a matter of priority, the long-term structural rigidities in the economy to improve financial, economic, and physical resilience, and thereby improve the long-term productivity of the economy. The available research indicates that there are skills mismatches in the labor market and points to the need to invest more resources in relevant education that is aligned with the economic priorities of the government. Since assuming office, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate has continued to fall. Based on the labor market data from the Statistics Department, and this can be accessed, Mr. Speaker, at the following website, and it was on the screen on the official Labor Department website, and you will get historical data. The unemployment rate reached a high of 24% in the second quarter of 2020 and then averaged just over 23% in the first 3 quarters of 2021. In the last quarter of 2021, the unemployment rate dropped to 19.6% and continued to drop in 2022. Falling to 16% in the first quarter of 2022. This is the lowest unemployment rate recorded over the last 10 years, and then increasing to 17.5% in the second quarter of 2022. Overall, Mr. Speaker, the average annual unemployment rate fell from 21.9% in 2021 to 16.5% in 2022. Representing a reduction of 5.4 percentage points. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the number of employed individuals is estimated to have peaked in the last quarter of 2022 at 91,270. Encouragingly, youth unemployment has fallen from 47% in 2021 to 26.9% in 2022. The available data presented in the Economic and Social Review on page 10 shows that this was the lowest youth unemployment rate over the period 2010-2023. These are no insignificant set of data. This favorable number suggests that our policies are already working, and the declining unemployment rate are definitely in keeping with other studies in this country. For example, a report by the Chamber of Commerce. Notwithstanding this impressive performance, Mr. Speaker, our party continues to implement appropriate measures to reduce unemployment to reach a longer-term target of below 10%. Our policies to achieve this challenging target requires a number of focused policy interventions, which our government has already started, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, irrespective of which party one supports, you must salute the Minister for Finance and Prime Minister for a job well done. And when we reach out and we look at education, we need to target the education sector and increase the transition rate from secondary to tertiary education, working towards our long-term goal of having a university graduate in every family in St. Lucia. What will happen, Mr. Speaker, as we place more emphasis on education, where more of the secondary school graduates go to tertiary institutions, it will reduce the rate at which they are going to enter the labor market. And they will not be counted among the unemployed. So therefore, when you look at the overall handling of unemployment and of course economic growth, we will create a much improved framework, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that a review of the labor market data would reveal that many of the unemployed are people with little or no educational qualifications. The majority of the people with university education are, by and large, employed and are generally in higher paying jobs. The overall impact of increasing the number of university graduates will result in lower unemployment and provide higher paid job employment opportunities, resulting in not only higher levels of economic growth, but a higher level of GDP per capita. My ministry will continue to pursue diplomatic avenues to seek scholarship opportunities for students in St. Lucia, to facilitate the improvement in human capital in the country, and thereby contribute to higher levels of economic growth. Our overseas foreign service offices will aggressively pursue scholarship opportunities on behalf of our students, as we are aware that there are many students who do not have the financial capability to pursue university studies. Mr. Speaker, another important plank of our government's economic strategy is the implementation of the youth economy that most of my colleagues accentuated. The youth economy was recently launched, and from all indications, it is an initiative that has received tremendous support from the youth. Young people in my constituency are saying to me, this is the first time in the history of this country that the government has considered them to be equal and valuable partners. Come to the table and sit beside others and take your place, because we need to continue the journey to the promised land. As indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment, although on a declining trend since our government assumed office, is still way too high. And it is the intention of our government through the youth economy to provide business opportunities for the young people of St. Lucia. Our government will also continue, as the member for Castries North accentuated, to pursue the development of the renewable energy sector. We need to, as a matter of urgency, pursue the transition to renewable energy so as to reduce our vulnerabilities to the volatility in oil prices, and also reduce the cost of electricity, major cost for both businesses and households. The final plank of our economic strategy I would like to touch on, Mr. Speaker, is the need for our economy to become more diversified. St. Lucia currently ranks among the least diversified countries in the region, and our government has recognized the need for developing sectors with, in particular, potential for export growth, including agro-processing and the creatives. I would also like to mention Export St. Lucia, which is playing a vital role in our export diversification strategy through helping businesses to market their products and undertaking market intelligence. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has developed a comprehensive suite of policies, projects and programs for the holistic development of St. Lucia. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the dashboard of indicators are all moving in the right direction, and our government is bringing back trust, hope and confidence to the governance of this country. The country is being led and managed by an extremely astute and competent economist, and our government will continue to provide effective stewardship of the government's resources and to pursue the right economic, social and environmental policies and programs to develop an inclusive, sustainable and dynamic St. Lucia. Hence, Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, it is quite fitting to speak to the role of my ministry in creating an improved framework for us to match our basic need with greater possibilities. I speak of the Ministry of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs, the ministry that I have been assigned by the Prime Minister. When you look at the contemporary global political environment, Mr. Speaker, I have often said in this House, it is pregnant with the seeds of our country's continued marginalization. But Mr. Speaker, despite the difficulties of the moment, to advance the work of the ministry and government and people of St. Lucia, resident in the Ministry of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs is a cadre of well-qualified and highly motivated public officers in all the departments. They always work assiduously towards fulfilling the mandate of the ministry. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish to salute my staff for working most times on the very trying circumstances, which include surveying multiple spheres simultaneously with limited resources. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the propaganda of many that the Ministry of External Affairs is a cost center and government spends more on us than major ministries, beneath the rubble of this propaganda is the truth that our ministry operates on a very small budget. Mr. Speaker, by way of example, in this year's estimates of revenue and expenditure, on page Roman numeral 6, summary of total expenditure, the Ministry of Education, for example, which is the big ministry that they say we get more money than, has a total of 242,677,700. The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, 186,448,500. Our ministry has a total budget, Mr. Speaker, I'm even afraid to say what it is, of 29,812,300. My ministry's allocation goes in the Ministry of Education budget almost 8 times, and that of the Ministry of Health 6.3 times. Now, a portion of that $29 million, over $1 million is to renovate a government asset in Washington. And of course, a very big chunk in excess of $5 million is to pay for regional and international organizations that we belong to. And the kakada that's left, Mr. Speaker, that you need a microscope to see it, is what is being utilized to take care of my ministry and the missions, Mr. Speaker. So I want to get that clear. But whilst we are not getting a tremendous amount of resources, we are helping the country in realizing some fundamental objectives. And in the tireless dispatch of its mandate, the Ministry of External Affairs, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs continues to facilitate and advance development cooperation at both the multilateral and bilateral levels. In this regard, the ministry's efforts have been tremendous. Indeed, over the year in review, and I just want to give you an adumbrate, we have facilitated an advance and increasing quantum of development cooperation with more friendly governments. Now, I'm just giving a sample, because you don't have to draw all the blood from the human body to actually test for hemoglobin. Take a little sample. So I'm just going to give you all trailers, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to start with Mexico. That cooperation has resulted in the implementation of 4 significant projects. The Heritage Management Project to promote national identity, create new tourism experiences and reduce unemployment through training, policy formulation, institutional design, and the development of a registry of national heritage assets. 2, a project to conduct biocultural investigations of the Dauphin Valley. 3, a project to strengthen St. Lucia's capacity to design and update coastal geographic information for better environmental planning. To date, practitioners from a wide range of local sectors have been trained and exposed to advanced mapping techniques. You will not hear those things, Mr. Speaker. 4, a project to enhance the availability of water in quantity and quality in one of St. Lucia's major watersheds, with skills acquired under the training component of this project already being implemented by the Water Resource Management Agency. I go to Japan. Over the past fiscal year, my ministry also facilitated development cooperation with Japan, resulting in the signing of a grant agreement valued at over 25 million for improvement works to the Choiseul fisheries port, and facilitated the fulfillment of protocols and legal requirements for securing an extension to the 37 million Eastern Caribbean dollars grant from the government of Japan to undertake the construction of the recently handed over cul-de-sac bridge, which have strengthened a crucial piece of infrastructure that is expected to contribute positively to national economic activity and save properties adjacent to it from the destructive forces of adverse weather phenomena. I go to Taiwan, Mr. Speaker. Further, 2022-2023 saw the deepening and broadening of cooperation with the Republic of China, Taiwan, a staunch and unfailing ally in St. Lucia's development quest, resulting in the implementation of several projects in diverse development areas, project grant funding of over 50 million, and the signing of the framework agreement on technical cooperation between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, I have remained quiet during our many sessions in this House, but the Prime Minister recently, in accepting support from the Taiwanese administration, did indicate publicly that I was dispatched as Minister for External Affairs in some delicate negotiations to assist the country, to assist the fiscal framework of this country, and quite a significant number was realized in this regard that will impact every constituency positively in this country. The work of the Ministry of External Affairs. We are generally in the engine room. My staff are not among those they call cocktail ambassadors. We are not those who are masquerading all over the place. We work hard, Mr. Speaker. My protocol officers, sometimes only 2 of them, with vehicles breaking down sometimes, to ensure that we take dignitaries and others from the airport to their hotels and back to the airport. And during this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, we need some vehicles. And I know that the Minister for Finance will understand now we need 3. In the area of health, the Ministry of External Affairs presided over bilateral cooperation with Brazil and Argentina that realized the supply of large quantities of vaccine, along with other medical supplies to fight various critical diseases that threaten the lives of our people, including a donation of 12,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine, donation of 10,000 doses of tetanus vaccine, donation of 6,000 doses of polio vaccine, donation of large quantity of drugs for the treatment of viral hepatitis, just to mention a few. Canada. Bilateral cooperation between St. Lucia and Canada has continued with assistance in institutional capacity
Member for
building.
Library, you have 10 minutes left.
40 minutes.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210 to permit the member for Labrie an additional 40 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Labrie an additional 40 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, my colleagues. Similar to the last debate, I will not abuse your patience. The 40 minutes is more than sufficient. I will maneuver within such parameters and probably land way before that time. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying with Canada, our bilateral cooperation between St. Lucia and Canada has continued with assistance in institutional capacity, citizen security, public sector productivity and trade. Among the initiatives implemented were completion of a 5-year strategic plan to strengthen the Free Zone Management Authority's regulatory framework in order to facilitate significant and sustainable local private sector, regional and international participation in goods distribution free zone. Preparation of a maritime tourism strategy for St. Lucia with a focus on the cruising, yachting, ferry and pleasure boating subsectors and related inland services. 3. Completion of a human resources audit of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College and the formulation of recommendations to align the staff and structure of that institution in readiness for university status. So, Mr. Speaker, a number of persons would look at the Ministry of External Affairs, and because we do not disembark on our American Airlines with a fire engine on our head when we come from overseas, they make the assumption that the ministry is just a fancy ministry and people dress nice and go and work. But I can say to you that my staff, they are very, very hardworking people, and they will continue to work hard for the people of this country, and for every dollar spent on my ministry, you get 100 in return. France, Mr. Speaker, a deepening of bilateral relations with France and the French Department of Martinique was evident over the last year. In the crucial area of health, we continue to receive hospital-to-hospital support from one of the main hospitals in Martinique. And discussions continue with the aim of establishing a national MOU between the French and St. Lucia government. St. Lucia's Consulate General in Martinique, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health in St. Lucia, continue to engage the Martinican health authorities to find ways of simplifying the process for St. Lucian citizens requiring medical treatment in the French territory. And the Prefet of Martinique has indicated his keen interest in finding solutions to improve in the sector. From health to citizen security, over the past 7 months, the French government, through the police department in Martinique, has partnered with St. Lucia in the critical area of crime and security. The countries have engaged in border patrol exchanges on a frequent basis, as well as sensitive crime investigations. Martinique has committed to providing training to our police officers and to our investigative and forensics department. The training, as well as equipment donations to St. Lucia last fiscal year, amongst well over $100,000 US. In addition, a recent donation of equipment and other materials was made to the St. Lucia National Forensic Laboratory with an estimated cost of US $22 million. In addition, there is that exploration of closer trade between the French Antilles and, of course, St. Lucia. And we have decided to put a working group together so that we can explore those trading arrangements. So there is a broad platform for trade, economic cooperation, education, and cultural exchange. Resulting from those discussions, Mr. Speaker, like I said, the agreement is to establish technical committees to further explore opportunities in those spectrum of things. Venezuela, Mexico. As St. Lucia moves to improve South-South cooperation, Castries has restored and upgraded ties with Alba, TCP, Mexico, and Venezuela. Friendly, mutually respectful, and cordial relations were re-established between St. Lucia and, of course, Venezuela after the breakdown of previously productive and mutually respectful relations during 2016-2021. Accordingly, little time was wasted in the re-establishment of the Embassy of Venezuela in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, in New York, in the sphere of multilateral diplomacy and engagement, St. Lucia's ambassador to the United Nations, the Honorable Menisa Rambali, was elected chair of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization during elections held in February of this year. And whilst the youth are getting a bad rap, young St. Lucian Giovanni Henry was just last month appointed to the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. This is a group of 7 young climate leaders who will primarily provide advice and practical recommendations towards accelerating the implementation of the Secretary General's Climate Action Strategy. The St. Lucian National is one of those 7 young leaders appointed to this group for a 2-year term. He is the first from the Caribbean region to serve on this board, which seeks to ensure that youth perspectives remain at the heart of climate action at all levels. Meanwhile, St. Lucia has launched a campaign for the presidency of the Executive Board of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. St. Lucia as a candidate on the board, but this time the election is to be president of the Executive Board. And that election will be held in November 2023. And St. Lucia, given its experience and of course where it is placed, I am very optimistic that we will win that particular election. Consistent with the foreign policy of this government, diplomatic forays were made into Africa with diplomatic relations in the past year of 3 African countries. Additionally, diplomatic relations were also established with Tuvalu and Bahrain. In the coming weeks, we shall take to Cabinet a memo for the strategic engagement with the continent of Africa. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as soon as things get better, explore the possibility of physical presence on the continent as we try to reach new areas of cooperation that will benefit our country, create an improved framework for us to match our basic need with greater possibilities. The High Commission in the UK, as a result of a more active and progressive engagement by St. Lucia's mission in London, St. Lucia's High Commission is now a member of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Foundation. Through our mission in the UK, also St. Lucia was able to secure the attendance of the Director General of the World Trade Organization as our guest of honor to St. Lucia's 44th anniversary of independence celebration. Further, the High Commission has been engaging with universities and higher educational establishments to pursue opportunities for scholarships and for collaboration with St. Lucia. These engagements have led to the following. Birmingham University and Sir Arthur Lewis Community College are in communication with each other and are exploring opportunities for collaboration. 2. Waltham Forest College and Sir Arthur Lewis have been introduced to each other and have been facilitated similarly. They are due to sign a memorandum of understanding on the twinning of the 2 colleges shortly. The Jindal Global University of India has made a special award to St. Lucia of 5 tuition scholarships in diplomacy, law, business and public policy. A memorandum of understanding has just been signed between the university and St. Lucia via the High Commission to cover a period of 10 years, Mr. Speaker. In the area of international trade, Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia is fully committed to the regional integration process and its obligations under the revised Treaty of Bastille, establishing the OECS Economic Union, and of course the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, establishing the Caribbean Community, including the CARICOM single market and economy. We continue to make incremental strides in implementing the policy and legislative framework geared towards the broad objective of improving the standard of living of the people of this country and the growth and development prospects of our country and regions, with a robust and coordinated trade policy regime being an important mechanism to meet this obligation. So, Mr. Speaker, again, when I speak about traveling to fulfill treaty obligations, you know, it's sometimes expedient for people to point the finger and say, oh, those people are just traveling. I never leave St. Lucia and just go to a country. It's because of treaty obligations. We go to CARICOM, we go to OECS, because it provides an improved framework, again, like I've said, for us to match our basic need with greater possibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on speaking about the WTO in terms of the benefits to be derived by being in a rules-based organization, and it benefits us. Without the rules-based system, we are at a distinct disadvantage in navigating the turbulence of the contemporary global political environment. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe time and strict relevancy will permit me to go through all the areas, but of course, before I conclude that segment, I want to talk about the Civil Aviation Department and its contribution. It's well placed to make its contribution to trade and the economic development of the country. Most of the tourists that come and stay in this country, they come via air, and you know my ministry is a vital pillar in facilitating airlines coming here. We signed an air services agreement with Qatar, creating an improved framework. It may not happen this year or next year, but certainly creating the necessary mechanism, the necessary framework for us to attract people from non-traditional destinations, Mr. Speaker. We have seen some legislative review towards dealing with the shortcomings of ECA, so that we go back to Category 1 status, creating again an improved framework for us to address some of the challenges in our particular region. I want to end this segment on diaspora affairs, Mr. Speaker. My ministry has heightened efforts at ensuring that nationals in the diaspora are better informed on development initiatives and opportunities at home, ensuring likewise that their contributions, advice, and participation are sought in our decision making. Consequently, we expanded our distribution list from under 300 contacts to over 3,000 in the last fiscal year, and significantly increased our presence on the various social media platforms, all in an effort to keep our nationals in the diaspora informed and hopefully engaged. 8 virtual public discussions or presentations were held with the support of our various missions to enlighten the diaspora on issues of citizenship, investment, passports, and customs. 3 in-person diaspora meetings were held, during which we directly interacted with over 300 nationals and live-streamed to thousands more globally. This is in addition to over 50 meetings or discussions held with overseas-based nationals possessing an interest in investment or seeking guidance on matters of their own development or that of the country. In an effort to bridge the gap in the diaspora access to services of the state, no fewer than 10 government or quasi-government entities were engaged fundamentally in an effort to improve their services and access to the services by the diaspora, and to promote the need for the greater engagement of our diaspora in their development activities. This included Customs and Excise, SSDF, Export St. Lucia, Invest St. Lucia, Ministry of Home Affairs, Citizenship Department, Civil Status Registry, Immigration, Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, and Ministry of Local Government. Harnessing the vast technical expertise that reside in the diaspora towards the advancement of St. Lucia's national development goals is a key priority for the ministry. In that regard, our outreach last year resulted in one of our nationals, Professor Dr. Cato Lawrenson, a renowned regenerative engineering scientist, visiting St. Lucia and staging meaningful engagements with our premier educational institution, the South Louis Community College, and facilitating the negotiation and signing of a cooperation memorandum of understanding between the South Louis Community College and the University of Connecticut, where he is a professor. This partnership has resulted in the launch of the Yukon Jump St. Lucia, Just Us Moving program, a healthy living initiative at the South Louis Community College. Additionally, discussions on the establishment of a regenerative engineering laboratory at the South Louis Community College and the development of a hybrid regenerative engineering course between the two institutions are proceeding with lightning rapidity. Minimal faculty exchange visits have been conducted, and the possibilities of more sustained faculty and student exchanges are being contemplated. In yet another strategic alliance, our Diaspora Affairs Office was able to secure European Union funding support through the International Center for Migrant Policy Department to conduct a skills profiling exercise of our nationals residing in the United Kingdom. The skills profile will provide us relevant data and information about our diaspora to facilitate better planning and decision making. The immense promise that lies in more optimal utilization of our diaspora was once again evident in the assistance received from the St. Lucia diaspora in the way of supplies for our hospital and relief for victims of last November's trough system, which adversely affected the north of St. Lucia. St. Lucia's consulate in Toronto mobilized and received donations from Charlotte Cleaning Products, a St. Lucian-owned business in Canada, of cleaning supplies valued at $133,174.58, or over $290,000 EC for our hospitals. So $133,174.58 in Canadian dollars, but $290,000 EC for our hospitals. Through the efforts of our Consul General in Toronto, there was also a shipment of a large quantity of relief items, including cleaning agents, clothing, food items, school supplies, and toiletries to the St. Lucia Social Development Fund for onward distribution to victims of the trough. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the strategic priorities that frame St. Lucia's national development inform its external relations. And no doubt, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the need to engage in some new avenues for us to take this country to a new plane of development, there are structural changes we ought to make in this country. And so, last time when I had the opportunity to address this House, maybe in 2001, I spoke about the usefulness of an economist to really deal with economic policy. Because given the parameters of St. Lucia's international relations, it has now shifted from the promotion of interest in an environment that is dominated by economic imperatives rather than ideological considerations. Macroeconomic policy is at the heart of foreign policy. Therefore, St. Lucia's foreign policy needs to be shaped by the very best economic analysis. Mr. Speaker, the use of empirical evidence and economic analysis are crucial in formulating and executing St. Lucia's foreign policy. It is therefore important to ensure that St. Lucia's foreign policy is underpinned by sound economic analysis. In this regard, the following is being done as we speak. A distillation of plans and proposals contained in the manifesto, because the manifesto captures the intent of the government, establishing some broad policy recommendations. We are going to distill it into a useful form, into specific policy recommendations that are anchored within the strategic development priorities of the country. Ensuring that those strategic priorities that frame St. Lucia's national development and inform its external relations contribute even more to the macroeconomic and fiscal stability of our country and are in consonance with common objectives of humanity as outlined in the UN SDGs. Conducting analysis that supports priority foreign policy areas. In the coming period, support the Ministry of External Affairs in the development of a strategic plan and analyzing the impact of developments in the global political and economic environment that impacts St. Lucia. In the coming period, we'll liaise with the Ministry of Economic Development in relation to the identification of projects that align with the priorities of the government and for which funding has not as yet been identified and which can be further developed for submission to diplomatic allies for funding considerations. In pursuance of St. Lucia's national interests and projects, provide policy advice on convergence between foreign policy and international cooperation, including tackling global challenges within the framework of international cooperation. So we will be working with a range of stakeholders, including other government departments, consultancies, international organizations, partner governments in other countries, and academia in furthering and developing a global partnership for development. My ministry, Mr. Speaker, in particular, focus on measures to increase resources flow from both existing and non-traditional sources from governments and organizations. The economic advisor will be liaising with ministries in preparing proposals for funding considerations. I intend to see how best my ministry can support the development objectives of our government by way of increased mobilization of grant resources to assist our government in dealing with external shocks. Mr. Speaker, before I take my brief remarks on the budget or this appropriation bill to its logical conclusion, I want to address a matter which is of vital importance to our survival, and that is the clarification of the 2.5% health and security levy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance stated that the priorities of the budget for 2023-2024 are health and national security. I wish to now comment on the challenges we face in each sector. In the health sector, the government has taken significant measures to address the infrastructural requirements of this sector through the construction of the Owen King EU Hospital, and our government is now taking decisive measures to complete once and for all the St. Jude's Hospital after the opposition frittered away over $140 million on an unfinished structure, the box, instead of completing the project which their government started after the fire destroyed the surgical ward and operating theater of the St. Jude's Hospital on September 9, 2009. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the massive wastage of resources expended on the box. It is to be noted that while the government laid the infrastructural platform for the delivery of health services, the cost of healthcare remains outside of the reach of many St. Lucians, in particular the elderly, the unemployed, and the lower and middle income segment of the population. Our government started the process of developing a universal healthcare for the St. Lucian population, as our government believes that healthcare should be a right and not a privilege. Mr. Speaker, when the government of the United Workers' Party took office, they discarded all of the technical work that was carried out and decided to embark on what they call national health insurance. We have, to date, seen no evidence of any detailed work carried out by the former administration on this so-called national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, the issue of healthcare is an important one for many St. Lucians who cannot afford the cost. all of the studies show, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need for additional resources to finance the universal health care. And it is our firm belief, and indeed our philosophy, that health care should be a right enjoyed by all St. Lucians. We therefore need to be decisive, Mr. Speaker, and address the elephant in the room and provide a financing source for UHC. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party government has historically been responsible for making significant improvements to the infrastructure and national security for the construction and upgrading of police stations throughout the island. Sadly, many of these stations have not been maintained and are now not fit for occupation. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has announced that a contract has been signed for the renovation and repairs to the Viewfort Police Station, and that construction will commence on has commenced on the Grosile Police Station. Moreover, the government has provided additional resources to the police, including notably vehicles. The government has also announced plans to commence construction of the Hall of Justice as a means to improve the justice system. Notwithstanding the foregoing initiatives, Mr. Speaker, there is need to invest additional resources in national security so that the government can make St. Lucia safer for its entire people. A fundamental role of government is to provide law and order, and it is a priority of the government to provide the police with the necessary resources to enable them to carry out their function more effectively and efficiently. I applaud the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance in taking the bold and decisive step in making more resources for health and security through the 2.5% health and security levy. Mr. Speaker, our government has implemented a series of measures designed to help the lower income and unemployed. These include providing significant reprieve to parents through waiver of facilities fees and the payment of CXC mathematics and English and the provision of laptops. More recently, the government made fundamental reforms to the income tax regime, resulting in all people earning up to $25,000 per annum will pay no tax. In this current budget, the government has significantly increased allocation for public assistance to strengthen the social safety nets. Government also provided significant concessions in many areas, including the waiver of duties or taxes on construction materials, a rebate of $1 per gallon on fuel purchased by fishermen. The design of the 2.5% health and security levy has been carefully crafted so as to exclude food, selected building equipment, medication, security equipment, and medical equipment. The exclusion of these items from levy ensures that the impact on the citizens, notably lower income groups, are minimized. It is to be further noted, Mr. Speaker, that our government in implementing the VAT took significant measures to mitigate the VAT on the lower income group by zero rating a number of items. These include fresh milk, powdered milk, evaporated milk, eggs, rice, flour, sugar, uncooked pasta, preparations for infant use, agricultural inputs, water, electricity, animal feed, educational supplies, toilet paper, chicken cuts, potatoes, tomatoes, onions, garlic, broccoli, cabbages, carrots, peas, beans, celery, fruits, tuna, mackerel, just name it, Mr. Speaker. It is said that St. Lucia has the longest list of exempt goods under the VAT Act. This is by design, Mr. Speaker, as we ensure that we put in place measures to protect our citizens. Mr. Speaker, the budget of 2022-2023 provided a springboard upon which to launch the budget for 2023-2024. The budget for 2023-24 is designed to strengthen our economic and fiscal performance, increase investment, create more jobs, reduce unemployment, grow the private sector, improve the social services sector, including health, education, and expand the coverage of social safety nets, as well as improve national security. Mr. Speaker, the opposition and the disciples are stunned by the economic and financial performance of the government in implementing its first budget. They can find no real fault with the budget, and as a result have decided to engage in mischief and peddle untruths and propaganda in an attempt to mislead the citizens of St. Lucia, as is their usual vibe. The campaign of misinformation has already begun on social media by attempting to portray the 2.5% health and security levy as burdensome tax and ignoring all of the comprehensive benefits contained in this budget for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, they are putting all the skills they learned from Cambridge Analytica to full use, and we must be guarded at all times to provide the St. Lucian public with truth, honesty, and accurate information at all times. I am on a long final at this juncture in time, Mr. Speaker. And so, as I slow down for landing, I want to commend again the Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance for a job well done. Our optimism about the future is predicated upon the fact that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance crafted a budget to achieve the following objectives: to place the economy on a path of fiscal correction, to ensure the return of macroeconomic stability in the shortest possible time, to provide support to the sectors of the economy that will provide the impetus to sustain economic growth and development, to provide maximum support to the poor, disadvantaged, and vulnerable in our society, to ensure that the resources of our country are spent efficiently and effectively so that the country and the people receive maximum value for the expenditures incurred. Mr. Speaker, this budget really gives expression to the meaning of our mantra of putting the people first, and is a budget that is inclusive, equitable, and growth-oriented. These are consistent with the core values of the St. Lucia Labour Party. This budget marks a sharp departure from the budgets of the former government, which provided for a distorted form of development, resulting in widening income inequality and benefiting a select few that were coined the FFF. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, St. Lucia will achieve the level of macroeconomic stability as well as the fiscal space needed to create opportunities for real and further increases in expenditure on social services, reduce the costs and risk for all investors, and therefore lay the foundation for increased investment and growth. Mr. Speaker, Singapore was able to make great strides over many, many years because one government with progressive policies implemented those policies. They got to maturity and gave birth to the type of results. And therefore, the performance I am seeing in this budget and in other areas by the Prime Minister demonstrates very clearly that this thing about panning the boot and pay one term, this one, that term, the another one, changing the change, that comes to an end now with the performance of the Minister for Finance and a cabinet that constitute a positive and a progressive crew that will fly through bad weather and effect a safe landing. We are on our way to the promised land, Mr. Speaker. Long live the member for Castres East, and long live the cabinet of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
You happy now, Bobby? Make your day?
The member for Mico South.
Feeling good? I feel great, man. Do you?
Touching something.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Lord for this opportunity to be here today, something I don't take for granted, and nor should any one of us. In fact, my constituency has been very hard hit, Mr. Speaker, of friends, constituents. Mr. Tommy Vaval has passed away. Ubal Talium, and a very good friend in T. Rocher, Julie Jean-Charles. And in Chic, a lady we all know very fondly, Hare Krishna, or Margaret George, some people may have known her, and sadly, Margaret Bikar from Duga. Life is a very delicate thing, and we should appreciate it every single day, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister, and I want to thank the Taiwanese government for their contributions that we received in the CDP funds this year. We received about $400,000 in total. The funds were used in conjunction with the council. Very grateful for their support. One was on the Leslie Road, was a road that we had started, was in very deplorable condition. We didn't get to finish it completely, but in part. The Bosha sporting facilities. Those of you who've been there would know that there is the building, but it's been gutted for a very long time. And so we're in the process of redoing the electrical and the plumbing for that particular facility. And we're also adding, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, a washroom facility for the football club in Lacouville. For those who've been there, it's a facility that's way down in the hill, and there's absolutely nothing there. So putting a proper washroom facility and changing room facility, I know it's going to help the young guys there very, very much. I'm also very happy with the work that we're going to be doing at the Dugar Community Center. It's a community center that's been there for a very long time and had come on to a lot of disrepair, and work is beginning in that area. I want to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure for the work that they commenced about 2 weeks ago on the potholing of the T-Rocher Road. That road was a main road, was something we were intending to redo if we had prevailed at the polls, but I'm grateful nonetheless for the potholing that is taking place there. Mr. Speaker, the member from Micoud South, from Vieux-Fort South, brought up an issue, and again, I don't really have to go very far, Mr. Speaker, because the evidence to contradict in some ways what he was saying is actually in the same documents. It is in the memo that was written to Cabinet. And if we just go to section 210 of that memo, Mr. Speaker, it says on August 29th of 2014, Grant Thornton, the operating company's tax consultant, submitted an objection to the 2008 and 2009 withholding tax assessments. In further dialogue with the IRD, the tax consultant indicated the group's intention to request retroactive concessions from Cabinet on the withholding taxes assessed for the period 2001 to 2009. For this reason, a response from the Inland Revenue Department to the objection has been delayed. It goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, in 2.11, that in April 2015, the Department of Finance submitted a memo to Cabinet to seek advice on the withholding tax waiver granted in December 2013 for the period commencing June 1st of 2010. The Department was seeking clarity on Cabinet's intention when the December 2013 concession was granted, considering that the current dispute for the period 2001-2009 did not seem to have been considered by Cabinet. This matter was withdrawn by Cabinet, and no response has been furnished to date. Mr. Speaker, this is actually, sadly, a very simple situation in which Sandals incentives were revoked twice. Revoked not because they had done anything wrong, revoked because they were making additional investments and additional incentives were being given to them. And in one of the revocations, Mr. Speaker, in 2.7, it says that in 2009, the government revoked all concessions between 1992 and 2008 that did not have an explanation or terminal date, and this resulted in the group's 1993 concession being revoked. And when the 1993 section was revoked, whether it is intentionally or accidentally, it did not give them the exemption for the withholding tax. And so Inland Revenue was simply saying, can Cabinet confirm what the intention was? Was the intention to deliberately revoke it and not give them the withholding tax? Or was it a mistake? Now, it doesn't take a genius in Cabinet to figure out what happened, because every single investor that comes to this country and makes that kind of substantial investment gets the withholding tax waived. It's not like a special concession for them. And more so today when you're dealing with multinational hotels. So the reality is, or the truth is, that there was nothing egregious done. There was nothing malicious that was done. There was no special favors. Now, what I find very surprising from the member from Vieux-Fort South, the policy that he's indicated that he practiced, where was that policy when Club St. Lucia went belly up and was left owing not only monies for HAT, not only monies for other Inland Revenue revenues, but were also holding PAYE monies. And Cabinet gave them the waiver and allowed the deal to go through. So please, don't pick and choose when you want to say that you do things and you don't do things. It was not in any way that Cabinet acted unilaterally or did anything that was intended to avoid or cause or help or facilitate a company not paying its taxes. So I wanted to bring that up to put that, hopefully that matter to rest on that issue. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Gros-Islet made some comments and brought up some issues. I want to say to the member that the attention of the opposition is to highlight what's in the report. So when we rebut, we go based on the information that's in the estimates and the information that is in the social and economic review. It's not the opposition that wrote the estimates. It just so happened that every single item in which it spoke about projects for that ministry, it was blank. Not me. Blank. And I would say that the member from Gros-Islet maybe ought to spend a little bit less time worrying about my state of mind and maybe start learning some lessons about governance. The issue as to who paid his trip, whether government participated in the cost of his trip, I assume that government gave him permission to go. He's on salary. My understanding is his government paid his per diem. But the issue is not depriving him to attend World Cup football. He gave us no reports. What did he go for? What was the intention? And as a young guy aspiring to promote sports, you would have thought attending such an amazing event, there was some reason to go there. Maybe he has an aspiration to get St. Lucia to participate in the next World Cup event. And he went there to scout out the place to make sure to see how it all works and put the world on notice that St. Lucia was going to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I also thought it was very inappropriate for him to want to bring up past bills because all governments leave bills. And the fact that he chose to pay it, all I would advise him to do is to make sure he does a proper audit on it. And I would have hoped that he would have called the same person that he mentioned to find out whether in fact it's a real bill and whether these things actually took place. But I'm going to leave it to him and the other members in his ministry to do that level of due diligence. I'm going to deal with healthcare, so I will respond to the member from Beaufort North issue. I will also deal with fiscal management that was brought up by the member from ancillary canneries. So the member from Beaufort South also brought up issues about management during the COVID period and why St. Lucia's economy contracted more severely than others, and I will also deal with that in the presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the accomplishment of St. Lucia over the last 2 fiscal periods is anything but astonishing. And I think that there are many people that need to be applauded for the success that we've had. No other country in the Caribbean other than Guyana, and let's face it, Mr. Speaker, Guyana didn't even contract during the COVID period. Guyana has now discovered oil. They didn't have a big tourism market. The lockdown didn't affect them as much, but they had a tremendous amount of construction that was taking place there that covered them. And so when you hear a country growing by 62% this year, it's an exception, and I'm very happy for the Guyanese. But other than Guyana, St. Lucia was the fastest growing and recovering economy. Not only in terms of percentage growth, 12 and 18.5, but if I'm not mistaken, we're the only country to have actually come back to being in excess of the revenue that we had in 2019. The only one. You know, we always want to compare ourselves to Barbados. Barbados' economic recovery in 2021 was negative 0.3%. And their economic growth this year was 10. In fact, in 2021, St. Lucia had more arrivals than Barbados. We had more arrivals just from the US market than Barbados had in total. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank and recognize Ms. Esther Rigobert, who was the Permanent Secretary and Director of Finance, Paula Joseph, who was the Budget Director, Charmaine Justin, who was the Deputy Budget Director, Swith Donnelly, who was the Assistant Budget Director, Lisa Montoute, the Assistant Budget Director, Gemma Lafay, Director of Research and Policy, and I also want to reiterate to her my sympathies on her mother's passing, Janai Leons, the Chief Economist, Nadia Wells, Acting Director of Financial Administration, Fiona Hinkson, Vera Emanuel, Anthony Jean, Irma Lewis, Matthew Branford, Adria Sonson, Maria Nathan James, Marcia Vite, who was the Controller of Inland Revenue, Sherman Emanuel, the Controller of Customs, Anita Montoute, who was also a previous Controller of Customs, Peter Chico, also a Controller of Customs, Howard Wells, Director of National Integrated Planning and Programming, Janelle Stephen, Claudius Emanuel, who was the Permanent Secretary and the Director of Finance, Tommy Descartes, who was the Chief Economist, Peli Alcindor, who was the Deputy Chief Economist, and Thervina Matrin, who was the Deputy Chief Economist. Mr. Speaker, these people are heroes. They are heroes. They understood what it was in March of 2020 when it became very clear that the world was going to shut down. When you go through the tourism statistics and you see that the arrivals for 3 or 4 months was 7 people. No tourism. At the end of a budget period. So it means that the budget was literally put together and it had to turn around on a dime, Mr. Speaker, to put together a strategy and to keep the house lights on. Mr. Speaker, we now have the benefit of hindsight to know that the revenue in 2020 decreased by almost 35%, from $1.1 billion to $855 million. That the economy contracted by 24%. That tourism collapsed. That 14,000 people directly employed in the tourism sector were without a job. All the persons who work indirectly in tourism, bus drivers, for transportation, staff transportation, farmers, everyone was simply confronted immediately with this crisis. And the reality is that while we were trying to build a fund, we hadn't gotten there yet. I said it was going to take us 3 years, and we were in the process of actually having reserves. I say that because countries like Jamaica, that had been through almost 20 years of structural adjustment, and were being forced now to have significant reserves. Grenada had been through a structural adjustment program and had reserves. In the case of St. Kitts and Dominica, who used their CIP monies very fluidly in their cash flow. We had none. Zero. And these men and women had to come up with a strategy to keep the lights on, to keep hope, work with the Banking Association. Because there was a reluctance, Mr. Speaker, in those days to give a blanket moratorium. Imagine the chaos that would have ensued if there was not a blanket moratorium. The number of workers who not only had lost their jobs, but now having to want to contact the bank to find out what happened, what's going to happen to my mortgage, what's going to happen to my house, what's going to happen to this, am I going to be in default? Imagine how the banks would have been inundated, and the persons who could not get through to the banks, because many of them probably would not have had the answers. Members here who are experienced, who understand what it is to go to CDB to get $30 million US dollars, to go to the World Bank to get $30 million US dollars, even more difficultly to go to the IMF to get $30 million US dollars, to negotiate with ECCB because there was not an automatic increase in the reserves or a downsizing of their own reserves to give us more money or access to more money. All of that bureaucracy had to be done. And they're the people who did it. They're the ones who burnt the midnight oil to make that happen. Knowing every day the pressure and the number of people that were depending on them to resolve this issue. I say it because maybe they did it too well. And a lot of people don't appreciate what the team of people achieved. And that was the immediate part of it. So by the time May came, if I'm not mistaken, the loans had already been approved and signed off on at IMF, had been signed off on the World Bank, had been signed off on CDB. Unbelievable. The number of meetings that had to take place to meet the due diligence and the requirements for all of those things. And they did it. They got through. And we get, and I'm accustomed to the political jabs. Members on the other side, three of them, three prime ministers, ministers of finance, all are very familiar with the fact that IMF and World Bank cannot lend you money to pay for debt. So you're getting it for budgetary support, but that money cannot go to pay debt. So yes, monies that were going to go to other projects were reallocated to pay debt, and the monies that were coming in from the World Bank and the IMF were allocated to those things that are acceptable by the World Bank and the IMF. But if you want to play politics with it, go ahead. As it was done, that monies were being used not to help people. They know the language. When they go to their board, the money was being made available to not only St. Lucia, the world, on the basis of COVID and all kinds of humanitarian cries, but fundamentally what the money was for was budgetary support. That's what the money was for. We were not even getting enough revenue, or I should say, we only were getting enough revenue to meet salaries, far less meet debt payments. You were earning $60 million a month for almost 6 months, and your operating costs were $110 million. So the money from the World Bank and the IMF and CDB, and also from ECCB, that is where it went. And it was this team of people's responsibility to make that happen. And Mr. Speaker, it didn't stop there, because that was the initial crisis, was to deal with the cash flow for that particular year. Despite our best attempts to get the civil servants to facilitate cash flow, which were unsuccessful, and we met all of their salary requirements, the next thing was, how are we going now to make it out of this? And remember, Mr. Speaker, nobody knew. I remember when we had cruise ships coming in, and there was anybody who had any kind of respiratory ailment, whether it was a flu, whatever, we didn't know. So ships were being stopped from coming in simply for that reason. There's a famous story of a Carnival ship that was coming here. And after speaking to Prime Minister Motley, because the ship was home porting in Barbados, we agreed to send it there. They wouldn't even allow the ship into the harbor, because we didn't have testing in those days. And she could have done the testing. If the ship came in here, we would have had to send the test to Trinidad, but still keep everybody on the ship at the same time. That is what we were confronted with. And everybody's fear. The moment that anybody heard that anybody was even remotely sick, everybody automatically thought it was COVID. And in thinking about COVID, what came to mind was the scenes that we were seeing in China, the scenes that we were seeing in Italy, and the scenes that we were beginning to see in England, of bodies lined up in the hospital, of healthcare systems that were being overwhelmed, and the number of deaths that were being reported. That's the fear that was in everybody, Mr. Speaker. That's the environment that all of this was put together. I ended up having a long conversation with Governor Cuomo. If you remember, he was doing his daily reports. And I remember one of the days he was lamenting that the state of New York was outbidded for people for respirators. We couldn't get respirators. There was a world shortage. Everybody was down. And when you would order a respirator and you would get a contract, by the time you were going to send the money, the amount changed. I say these things because that is what was going on behind the scenes in terms of trying to quell this entire situation. So you can imagine how disheartened I am when we came to the budget in 2021 to hear members on the other side say, now we have hindsight, to say that the single largest failure of the government of St. Lucia was that 55 people had died by 2021, and that they had 5,000 cases. Well, if we failed with that and not knowing what was taking place, you had 400 deaths and 20,000 cases. How do we relate that? How do we relate that? A colossal failure? But I know better. I know better not to make that kind of irresponsible, callous statement. Because up until the end of September of 2020, and that's after reopening our economy in June of 2020, we were the first to reopen. Again, we were crazy, we shouldn't reopen. I'm blaming everything on the borders and I'm allowing tourists to come in. All of those things. We stayed steady. We had 28 cases and no deaths. It wasn't until the March. After the March is when we got to 1,000 cases and we started seeing people die. Am I going to entirely blame it on the march? No. But can I say it was a contributing factor? Absolutely. For sure, it was a contributing factor. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, the team did not stop at that point. The growth experience in 2022 is, in a large part, the result of an economic recovery and resilience plan that was put in place to combat the pandemic and position the country for swift rebound, and the third in the three-pronged strategy to respond to the pandemic. That included a public health response, social stabilization plan, and the economic recovery and resilience plan. So, Mr. Speaker, the public health response was closure of our national border, national curfews and physical distancing, conversion of the Victoria Hospital into a respiratory hospital, and the Cuban Medical Brigade that we brought down to help man Victoria Hospital. The social stabilization plan was the NIC Economic Relief Program, the non-NIC contributions of income support program, suspension of rental fees to MSMEs and renting from government, and fuel rebate to the bus drivers. That cost $119 million. Electricity assistance program, expansion of public assistance program, provision of grants and loans to MSMEs, and fast-tracking capital investment projects, $548 million, Mr. Speaker. We continued financing of major projects already initiated, including the Honora International Airport, redevelopment St. Jude's, if you know that the piling was taking place. I keep on hearing members in the House say that, and the Prime Minister put in his budget speech, Mr. Speaker, overspending of $40 million. We keep saying, where does he get that information from? There was a contract that was put out for the piling, and it ended up exactly on budget. So whether he's saying that putting the piling was a waste of time, that's a completely different thing. But the fact is that that project was executed on budget. Completion of the respiratory hospital. Other projects such as the West Coast Road Rehabilitation Project, the Vieux Fort Water Redevelopment Project, the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, the Micoud Secondary School, and rehabilitation of selected community centers, among others. Through implementation of these capital projects, and a total of $396 million will be spent, and between 1,500 and 2,000 jobs will be created, providing much needed employment to persons who have lost their jobs and stimulating the domestic economy. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, many of these projects were already in the pipeline. Many of these projects already had financing. And what was done was to meet with CDB and to meet with the World Bank to try to get these projects expedited as much as possible. Because common sense tells you, there's no road, there's no traffic on the roads. Fix up the roads. In addition to that, $150 million in DFCs were put on. $50 million from Reno Gujata, $50 million with Fresh Start, and $50 million with Nationwide. They got the financing. That doesn't go down as part of your debt to GDP to help stimulate the economy. The payment of $75 credit monthly for 6 months up to March of 2021, electricity bills of about 3,416 eligible beneficiaries. Expansion of the public assistance cash transfer program from 2,600 households to 3,600 households. Increase the child disability grant from $200 to $300. Increase the grant of persons living with HIV from $100 to $200. Provisions of COVID-19 hygiene care packages for the poor and the vulnerable. Increase the grant of children in foster care from $200 to $300. Provision of $3.1 million to repurpose from the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility of the World Bank funded DVRP to provide blended loan guarantees assistance ranging from $5,000 to $25,000 to micro and small enterprises with a focus on food security and digital technologies. Provision of low-cost financing to meet working capital requirements for SMEs affected by COVID-19. This will be administered by the St. Lucia Development Bank. An allocation of $5 million has been made towards this initiative. A 50% waiver of commercial property taxes for a period 2019 to 2020 to landlords who extend moratoriums of a minimum of 20% on the monthly rental charges. Allocation of $3.5 million to support waiver of taxes interest earnings of financial institutions from loans to micro-enterprises. The intention of this initiative is to encourage our financial institutions to provide needed capital to small and micro-enterprises. Provision of $500,000 to Bell Fund to capitalize the institution to respond to the needs of micro-business sector. This will support micro-businesses and startups. Provision of inputs and related items to the agricultural sector to stimulate domestic demand and strengthen food security. A sum of $7.9 million has been allocated for that initiative. Mr. Speaker, that's just some of the things that were being done. And again, the team of people were the ones helping to negotiate the loans, get the money access on a cash flow basis. I've heard the Prime Minister say it. He doesn't want to go out and make any promises until he knows the money is there. We didn't have time. And they made sure that that money was there because they took their job responsibly. If we had listened to the SLP to simply shut down the country and wait for the pandemic to recede, we would not have had an economy for them to boast about growth today. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. And I'll get into more details to show the numbers in comparison to other countries in this region and ask exactly what the member from Vieux-Fort South asked. What's the difference? What happened? Why did we contract faster, or by more, but why have we grown by more? See, it's not the next question. What happened? So, Mr. Speaker, again, I hope that we will all celebrate what those persons have done for our country. Mr. Speaker, this crisis called COVID has really created an opportunity for us as a country to take stock. To take stock and to understand that when we demonize tourism, that it's at our own peril. For all those people over the years, Mr. Speaker, who have suggested that there's too much focus on tourism and that tourism is not providing enough linkages back to our economy, well, the Social and Economic Review puts that to rest. And I will go through some of the critical things. The member from Vieux-Fort South said that St. Lucia was the largest contracting economy by 24%, and nobody else was in the same region. Well, Antigua contracted by 20%. Dominica contracted by 16.6%. Barbados contracted by 14%. And yet, when we go back and look at it and to see what the recovery has been, when we go to page, Mr. Speaker, page 10 of the Social and Economic Review, Mr. Speaker, we'll see that Antigua's growth in 2021 was 6.6%, and their growth this year was 8.5%. If we look at their public debt to GDP, their public debt this year went down by 9 percentage points. Antigua and Dominica, growth of 6.9 and 5.9. Grenada, 4.7 and 5.9. St. Kitts, minus 0.9%, and this year 7.7% growth. St. Vincent and Grenadines, 0.8% contraction, and then 5% growth. And St. Lucia was 12.2% growth and 18.1% growth. And no other country's public debt to GDP came down as fast as St. Lucia's. St. Lucia's went from 85% to 69.8%, down 16%. The closest one is Antigua, that went from 87.4% to 78.5%. Yeah, so what's the point? The point is that when the prognosis of the person's members on the opposite side in the SLP were saying that the debt to GDP was going to exceed 100%, for sure. I kept saying, it is relative to the GDP. And when your GDP contracts, then your debt to GDP is going to go up. And when your GDP recovers, it's going to come back down. So the fact is that we've had the fastest recovery in our GDPs, and as a result of it, our debt to GDP is at 69%. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question is, how did we recover so fast? And what caused the economy to have contracted initially by 24%? Mr. Speaker, there was a rebase, as the former Prime Minister, the member from Vieux Fort South indicated. And that rebase, which took place, I believe, was in 2019, came out and said that we were underestimating the value of tourism in our economy. And as a result of it, the GDP numbers were amended. And St. Lucia was the first, and up until now, the only country that exercise has happened, and that exercise will be taking place everywhere else. So it wasn't apples to apples. The other countries were using the other mechanism, and we were using a new mechanism that was more recognizing the impact of tourism. And so therefore, when tourism went down, based on the model they were using, the impact was going to be greater. It's as simple as that. But more importantly, the question is, how did St. Lucia's economy recover? St. Lucia's economy recovered, Mr. Speaker, because of two things. One, the decision to reopen the border as early as we did. And why was that, Mr. Speaker? Why was that so important? When I was at Air Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, we had 9/11. And so I learned firsthand that the airline industry could stop flying. For almost 6 days after September 11th, the airline industry in the Western world was shut down. And I remember distinctly as to how much money that cost and the bailouts that ensued. Airlines are too big to fail. And so when the airlines got shut down, we're talking about 3 months, 4 months, almost a year, where they couldn't even come close to getting back to their normal schedules. The government's bailed them out. And we're trying to get them to keep their staff employed. And we knew that there would be an opportunity to get airlines to fly to St. Lucia that would not have normally considered, or to get capacity into St. Lucia that we would not normally have been able to do. And when we reached out to American Airlines, they added a Chicago flight, they added a Dallas flight. JetBlue added 4 flights out of Newark. They also increased their capacity out of Boston. American also increased its capacity out of Philadelphia. When the British finally allowed British Airways to fly again, immediately British Airways put on flights into St. Lucia, and instead of sharing those flights with other countries, 4 of the flights became dedicated. So it means that doubled the capacity that we'd had prior. And so if you look at the statistics, Mr. Speaker, and if I take you to page 93, Mr. Speaker, of the Social and Economic Review, we'll see that stayover arrivals peaked at 423,000 in 2019, dropped to 130,000 in 2020, and most of that 130,000 was in the first 3 months, because after April, it dropped. 2021, we went to almost 200,000, and last year we did 356,000. And if you go, Mr. Speaker, to the following page 95, you'll see that U.S. arrivals peaked in 2019 at 191,000, went down to 67,000, 152, and this year they did 210,000. So we had more U.S. arrivals this year than at any time in the history of St. Lucia. Now, why do I bring that number up? And why is it so relevant? Because the total number of arrivals, Mr. Speaker, has not recovered to where it was in 2019. We were at 423,000. Now we're only at 356,000. And if we go back to page 93, Mr. Speaker, the member from, I seem to be saying his name a lot, from View Fort South, indicated about the revenue. Revenue in 2019, remember, with 423,000 people, was $2.6 billion. And the revenue this year, with less arrivals, is 2.8. And how is that mathematically possible? It's because of the increase in the number of U.S. arrivals that you had. An American passenger or guest is going to stay 8 nights, 9 nights, and is going to spend in excess of $250 to $300 a night. A person from the Caribbean is only going to stay here on average 3 or 4 nights and is going to spend $150. The Canadian market's the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So the U.S. market, even though it increased by 30,000 passengers, that 30,000 passengers amounted to a significant increase in the bed nights and of expenditure. I say that because it's a point that we keep missing. Mr. Speaker, if you go to same page 93, here's a number that, again, people are going to be astonished by. In 2019, well, they don't have that data available. So if you go to 2017, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that the cruise ship passengers was 669,000 passengers. But the expenditure or the revenue was $61 million. $61 million. And I say that because cruise passengers coming for the day have a big part to play with taxi drivers and vendors. But the numbers are deceiving. And this is why going to invest all of this money in adding more capacity into cast trees makes no sense. And the member from View Fort South also asked for me to provide evidence. Well, I was the Prime Minister. I know GPH. Mehmet is an amazing man. It's an amazing company. And they came with a great strategy. And the strategy was to do what? To do for their companies what the Caribbean would not do for itself. So it's the same strategy they had in Europe. Own and manage multiple ports so that when they negotiate with the cruise ships, they're negotiating from a position of strength. And so they came here with a very clear plan. It's a great plan to try to get the management and control of as many ports as possible with the idea of being able to increase the head tax. That's why you saw Carnival and all the other cruise lines going almost hysterical when they signed up Antigua. Now that they're in the process of getting Puerto Rico done, and they've gotten the Bahamas done. So getting St. Lucia is a significant crown or jewel in their crown. But the benefit's going to them. I know before we left that the cruise lines had already agreed to increase the head tax from $6.50 to $12. They didn't need GPH to go and do that for you. You could do that for yourself. And even if you take it as a $10 or $12, a $10 increase, 1 million passengers, that's $10 million a year. If you're going to sign the agreement for 40 years, that's $400 million. So you're going to give up $400 million of revenue to get a $40 million investment? And what's the economic impact going to be of having a bigger cruise ship come into Castries on day sales? That's not where the money is. Let's take it, but that's not where the money is. The money is in home porting. That's where the money is. And persons who fly in to meet a cruise ship here pay your airport tax of $100. And some of them pre and post stays. So you get the hotel accommodation. That is where the money is. So, member from Vieux-Fort South, how do I know that it was not included in the deal? Because if it was included in the deal, it would have been announced. Where is it? Where was the announcement? And I know that GP did not want to invest in Vieux-Fort. They don't want to invest in Vieux-Fort because it's too big of an investment capital-wise. They would rather spend the $40 million upgrading Castries and get the additional revenue. But it does not behoove St. Lucia to do that. And if in fact that the intention was to have done and put Vieux-Fort, no way possible, knowing the persons that I know them, that they would have not bragged about that. They bragged about everything else. Where was the announcement about Vieux-Fort? Where was it? No announcement. Now all of a sudden a fuss is being made, and you're now going to say, look, this is what you wrote in your own report. Negotiations are beginning. Now? It's only now you're figuring it out that? And I would say to you, member from Vieux-Fort South, in 1997 is when you should have put the cruise ship port in Vieux-Fort. That would have been the cheapest way to have created the greatest economic impact in Vieux-Fort overnight. So when you want to come here and pontificate on history and on interpret numbers the way you want to, you were the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance for 15 years. All these projects you're talking about, why didn't you get them done? Why don't they have a cultural center if you think it was so important? Why it took you so long to put administrative center in there? And you know why the administrative center did not go up.
Why?
There was no planning approval. NIC, the land had not even been transferred to NIC.
Those are the reasons why you stopped it?
Sure, and also when you take it, you're going to spend $70 million. You're going to spend $70 million, which is going to be over $2 million of interest a year. You're not even renting space in the South for $2 million. It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. But if the member was genuinely concerned about the people in the South, he would have done that work long ago. There's no excuse. You had 15 years. In fact, you had 10 years you didn't do it. You had 5 years to think about it. You came back for another 5 years, and you still didn't do it. You can't hold anybody else responsible for that. There's one person responsible. You. Nobody else. Just you. So don't run away from that. You were the Prime Minister. You were the Minister of Finance. You were the Minister of Economic Development. You were the Minister of everything. And you could not make that happen? And you genuinely really believe that those things by themselves are going to solve the problem? No, you go and march against progress. The same horse racing track. So here you have an opportunity of creating a horse racing track to include the horse racers in Vieux-Fort and to give them a platform that one day that we can see them being a jockey at Kentucky Derby. One day we can see them to be a jockey somewhere else, because that's where the opportunity starts. The start starts international. And the reality is that we're going to be included.
You never would even allow them for one race?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I love when he wants to say that. So we opened it up, and it had to be certified. To put young people on that track without training and the horses being trained properly is going to be a problem. But all the programs were there. They already were part of it. Over 36 young people were already working at DSH. And again, you want to say, to be inclusive, why is this government not called up Teo themselves? Why have they not convinced Teo we've now having more protocols? He's the one who spent $30 million US. It's his money. His money, no passport money. Not 1 cent of passport money. You all can't show 1 cent of passport money. And if you could have, you would have. None. Zero. They spent $30 million US.
Member for Mico South, you have 10 minutes left.
Half an hour.
Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, member for Suzel, because of the lectern, I couldn't see your light on, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210 to allow the Leader of the Opposition, member for Mikud South, an additional half hour to complete his presentation.
You got 2 hours on this.
You have a counter proposal, leader of the...
No.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to counter this.
Leader of government business, you have not yet been recognized. You are now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose that the Leader of the Opposition be given another 15 minutes to finish his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't mind go for a vote first.
Well, you are aware of the rules of debate, that the amendment must proceed before the substantive proposal. So we have to go, first of all, with the amendment. The question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member from Mikud South and Leader of the Opposition an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. And I'll put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's amazing. We use convention when it's convenient, right? Convention is the Leader of the Opposition would normally get the same amount of time as the... No, I am rebutting it. No, I'm rebutting it. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is the semantics that everybody wants to play. And it's important for me to take some time out for that, Mr. Speaker.
Members, calm down, calm down. The presiding officer is bound only by the standing orders, which prescribe that the mover of a motion, unless there is a motion moved to give him more time, is limited to 2 hours. Any member responding to a motion is limited to 1 hour. This same time as the Leader of government business, that is not in the standing orders. So let us not proceed along those lines.
Mr. Speaker, nor is the appointment of a Deputy Speaker of the House in the standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that View Fort is actually a very good case study for the difference between United Workers' Party and SLP. In May 14th of 2013, I'm happy to make it a document of the House, Mr. Speaker, there was a study that was done by the government of St. Lucia, and it basically says job seekers unemployed to job openings by geographic area. And what it shows, Mr. Speaker, is that in the case of View Fort, that there were 24 people looking for jobs, whereas in other constituencies, Castries was 16, Grosley was 5, Soufrière was 14. And so the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the problem in View Fort had been identified from a long time ago. There was not enough economic activity to meet the needs of the people in View Fort. And so when you look at the program we came in, because after reading this study, a huge push on the South. So you're talking about, Mr. Speaker, the DSH project, which was an international horse racing track, a university, retail spots, office spaces, and also residential spaces. Because of the seeping of the garbage dump into the mangrove was abandoned as a development area, and instead they ended up going to Il Pirata. And Il Pirata was to develop a cruise ship port terminal, a commercial area, residential, and hotels. The expansion of HIA Airport. And what's interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, is that the member from Castries East said in an interview with Janika Simon that it would only be a madman that would think that tourism was going to recover. And he specifically said, Mr. Speaker, that the HI airport should not be proceeded with because there is no way that a sensitivity analysis that existed, meaning that the number of arrivals would come back and the revenue would be in place. So, Mr. Speaker, if I can take you to take you to page 113, Mr. Speaker. The fuel surcharge in 2000, not the fuel surcharge, sorry, the travel tax, Mr. Speaker, in 2018-2019 was 4.8 million.
113 or 130?
113, Mr. Speaker. In 2019-2020, it went down to 4.1. 2020-21, it went down to $800,000. 2021-2022 was at 2.2 million, and this year, sorry, it's back to $5.8 million. So in fact, it's at a higher level than it's ever been. In 2 years. The travel tax, Mr. Speaker, sorry, the airport tax had a high of 38 million in 2019-2020. It went to 13 million, 20 million, and this year was $37.4 million. So for the member to say, where is the money going to come from for the pay for the airport and everything else? This is testimony to the resilience of the tourism industry, to have been impacted by that level. It's also testimony, Mr. Speaker, that in the budget itself, if you go to the, sorry, Social and Economic Review, Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 12, you see where it says, while manufacturings face considerable increases in their cost of production during the review period, such as imported inputs, electricity and fuel manufacturing output increase on account of higher demand from hotels. The performance was largely buoyed by a pronounced increase in the value of alcohol beverages, influenced by the robust tourism activity. Agriculture sector is estimated to have recovered partially by 9.8% in 2022, following 2 consecutive years of decline. This was primarily on account of improving domestic demand led by resurgence in the tourism activity and regional exports. Bananas, everything that grew in this economy is right back to tourism. Now I say that because if in fact, Mr. Speaker, that this government really believe that they're the ones who are the architects of the recovery that we're seeing today, which has been predominantly on the back of tourism and construction. Why is it you stopped the construction projects? Why did you stop Huner Airport? Why did you stop St. Jude's? Why have you stopped the roads? Why did you stop the housing developments in Shock and in Tavern? Why didn't you finish? If you really believed in tourism, why have you not finished the Rodney Bay Road? Instead, what have you done? Imagine, I want the people of St. Lucia to really understand this. This is how much this government cares. Everybody's been complaining about roads. And the road that they went to fix was the road from the Groza Lake Junction to Pigeon Island. I want you all to know that. And the road to the back from Landings back into Groza Lake, that's the road that they fixed. The Jazz Road. That's how important it is. And you take $8 million at a time like this when people are suffering to put into a jazz festival. A jazz festival that you cannot even successfully go and market. You're marketing it, but airlift now has significantly reduced. There's no flights to Philadelphia. There's no flights to Boston. There's no flights to Newark. All you have is you have a daily JetBlue flight to New York, a Delta flight to Atlanta, American flight to Charlotte, American flight to Miami, daily flight to London. Where are all the other flights? You all knew you were going to do the jazz festival? How are you going to get people here? You're going to put on 1 or 2 extra flights in that week? What's going to happen for the rest of the summer in St. Lucia? So, Mr. Speaker, all the evidence is that this is a government that does not even understand what they're doing. And that they want to sit here and lay claim to the growth, the hero, that they're the ones who did all of this. Not even one person, Mr. Speaker, has been able to explain where the growth came from. Not one. Not one. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to get to some important things, because the reality is, or the truth is, that the two most important things in this country right now is the cost of living and crime. And I notice that crime has become a bad word in the House. Nobody wants to talk about it. 30 murders for the year. I think the Prime Minister was on record in Trinidad saying that at the pace we're going at, we're going to be 2 murders a week. So that's 104 murders for the year. I hope he's wrong. I hope he's wrong. That's his projection. I hope he's wrong. Maybe he knows something I don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, the fuel prices increased from $13.50 to $17.95. Cooking gas has gone from $22 to $44. Bus fares, $2 a day. Telecommunications, we just got a notice from Flow that they're increasing prices again. Right? To no more than 2.9% increase, they said. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the Prime Minister, I don't know where is, can you tell Tally to bring me the bag? Mr. Speaker, I took the benefit. I have some products because the Prime Minister said he doesn't go to grocery stores. So I said I'll bring the grocery store to him. So, Mr. Speaker, if we take a household making $1,500 a month and that they're going to end up having to buy groceries and live off groceries for $500 a month, and we go and see what they can buy for that. And that's not just for them. That's for a family. So a single mother making $1,500 a month, feeding 2 children. And go and see what they're doing. Mr. Speaker? Frozen chicken mix, $20. Chicken wings, $19. Turkey wings, $14. Laundry detergent, $10. Moisturizing soap, $10. Mr. Speaker, the people are crying out in this country, and this government is playing lip service, Mr. Speaker. Cooking oil, 900 million, has gone from $15.85 to $20.95. Cheese has increased from $13.99 to $16.95. Butter has increased from $8.95 to $9.95. Milk has increased from $2.85 a tin to $4.55 a tin. Fish has increased from $8 per pound to $12.50 a pound. Mr. Speaker, this is what the bread and butter issues in this country are right now. And what is more egregious, Mr. Speaker, is that this government in their own reports have shown 2 things. One, that they made $70 million more in excise tax than they were projected last year. And they've put on another $100 million in this budget of earnings on excise tax. But what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to lose time on it, this government has come here to make us believe that there's such a caring government. They're going to put on a levy, right? A levy of 2.5% to do what? To help health and security. Correct? Isn't that what it's for? Health and security. And when you go to your own budget, the allocation for health this year is down $10 million. From 83 million to 73 million. Oh, well, let's get there. Let's pay Cayman. So where's the $30 million going? Where's the $30 million going? If you knew that you really were going to put this tax on, and that's what this tax is, because you know what? I believe that this government was actually going to increase the VAT. And I say that because nobody can explain where this new tax is going to be imposed. Is it a sales tax? Is it a duty tax? Is it an import duty? Is it going to be on fuel? So it means that here it is, on one hand, you're offering the fishermen $1 rebate. After 2 years of saying that you were going to do it, you're still coming to this house to say I'm going to give it, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. You don't think that's embarrassing? Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed? You still can't tell people what the mechanism is going to be, and then you turn around now and you're going to charge a 2.5% levy on the fuel and cooking gas, as if it's not high enough already. You all have no shame? You all have no concerns for the people of this country? You have no idea as to how to run this economy? You going to do that? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I'm at a loss. Now, Mr. Speaker, very, very, very importantly, and I know this one is going to be hurtful, I know there's going to be jumping up and down, so that's why it's important that we get the proper page, Mr. Speaker. But if we go to page 40, Mr. Speaker, of the Social and Economic Review. Caution note for 2022 annual. It says, despite the current setbacks, the CSO has made every attempt to provide you with accurate and reliable data based solely on what was obtained at the time, and therefore has reverted to its pre-COVID-19 methodology of data collection for the labor force survey. Any use of the results needs to take into account and consideration the aforementioned limitations. Mr. Speaker, if you then go to page if you go to page, Mr. Speaker, table 31. Table 31 is the main labor force indicators. 110. And it says, the CSO's cautionary note on the LFS results of 2022, which advises that these estimates are not comparable to the estimates for previous years. So it means, Mr. Speaker, all those solutions who have heard the government say that the unemployment rate is at 16.1% and are puzzled because they know and they feel like it's much higher. And the reality is, if we don't use, the truth is, if we don't use the right numbers, we're going to adopt the wrong policies. This country and the people, the cost of living is killing them. And what is the most egregious part about it is that you had the ability to do something about it. You earned the money. You said you were elected to help people. Help them. Why would you allow the gas price to go past $14.95? Why would you allow cooking gas to go to $22? Mr. Speaker, this is what $170 is going to buy you. That's what it's going to buy you. Toothpaste for 1 month, huh? Eggs. Cricks. Cheese. Mr. Speaker, $22. And based on the new tax that's coming in, by July 1st, that's going to be higher. So when the guy said he has to use, was it lime to put under his arms? Maybe he's right. Women, Pampers, sanitation items, all of those items are going to be increasing as of July 1st. More importantly, not even more importantly, that is what is going to be affected. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, no notice to your productive sector. No advance warning that you're increasing the tax. So everybody who's now put all their pricing out for the next year and a half, all their prices are going up. What they're paying on liquor, what they're paying on chemicals, what they're paying on supplies. And nobody knows how the tax is being implemented. If it's being implemented at the port, that means we're paying VAT on it. So is it really an increase in the service charge from 6% to 8.5%? Is that what's going on? You know, Mr. Speaker, I had to do this because the Prime Minister said he doesn't go to the grocery store. He doesn't go. I'd be happy to do that.
I prefer to give you the one.
You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a group of people who actually believe that there's a scam taking place. That the government is deliberately having a shortage of sugar. And that is forcing people to buy other sugar so the government doesn't have to subsidize it. But that's this level of cynicism that's coming in. People believe that the 12.5% that you've given on plywood and everything else doesn't apply to the little man. Cheese. Go ahead. Your sugar. Oil. Peanut butter. Okay? Milk. Rice. Continue. Okay? So that's it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back for a second, because again, when we talk about the linkages with
Member
tourism,
for Miku South, you have 5 minutes left.
10 minutes.
no, that's what the point is. The Pampers are not included. That's $170, and there's a whole bunch of items that are not included. Toilet paper is not there. I know you don't need any toilet paper, right? So, Mr. Speaker, that's the reality of what people are facing in this country. And y'all want to come here, and if you genuinely understood how the economy is growing, you would be growing it. You would have continued to do all the projects. But no, you, like my good friend from Castries North, wants to come and say about the Rodney Bay Road, that there was all this corruption. And as when he came over to y'all, where is it? The fact is, it was a fixed contract for $15 million. 2 roundabouts, sidewalks, 4-lane highway, and a public bypass. And now, the valuation, once the project was stopped and you have to pay the contractor, is $22 million. And you're now going to have to find another $15 million to finish it. That's the genius of the members on the other side. That's how malicious that you guys are. That you're willing to put the country through a pace just to protect the victory. Because that's what it's always been. It's to put people worse and to protect the victory. That is what this has all been about all the time. So, Mr. Speaker, here it is, you have a government that's telling us that they're doing a levy for security and health. There is no increase. In fact, there's a decline. There's a decline in the allocation for health. And there's only an increase of $10 million for security.
They didn't have local sugar.
There was no local sugar. There was no local sugar. Correct. And that's what they're doing to the people. When they cannot get the sugar from the supply node, they have to buy that sugar. So that's what's going on, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak about linkages back into tourism, and I want to really to congratulate Barron's in that regard, Mr. Speaker. I remember for years speaking to Ronald that he has these big bottles, and when the big bottles go on the table, it's not easy for the hotels to dispense of it, and it means he's losing the branding opportunity. And my understanding is now he's come up with a new product, which is going to be ideal. And I certainly would like to convince the Minister of Tourism, I certainly willing to put in my own 2 cents as well, and the Minister of Agriculture, that when I was at Sandals the other day for a Republic Bank meeting, I noticed that they didn't have our local products. And I think that we really have to support persons that are doing things in a meaningful way, because it is when the tourist comes and gets to see this brand and taste this brand that when they go back home that they can order it. And that's a significant linkage between tourism and manufacturing. If you look at your own statistics, agro-processing in particular has increased with the increase in tourism. Agriculture has increased because of tourism. And so even when my friend, the member of agriculture, wants to speak about an increase in output of bananas of 11%, but what he didn't say was that the revenue is down 13.6% because it's a region, and it's not sustainable. Your banana industry is not going to be sustainable if exclusively you're going to be selling to the regional market. It's not there. And we all know the truth. The fact is that if we allow the banana sector to die, it's going to have a significant impact on everybody else. We talk about, the last thing, Mr. Speaker, is that I'm surprised that the Prime Minister would put this reference to corruption. So if we want to really resolve crime in this country, Mr. Speaker, it starts in cabinet. The level of corruption of members in your own cabinet has to be addressed. This situation with bananas. How could you have a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, that was valued in 2013 at almost $7 million? And in 2021, it was revalued to be at 3.5 million.
Never look us out. Your time is up, so just give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the crime situation is serious. The government needs to address it in their own cabinet. The Prime Minister keeps on playing this game that he is the big tough guy and the buck stops with him. We have not